You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, in Disney.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome in to our programming tonight. You're listening to Six Screens Live tonight. And we got a program with Dick, or Rich, if you like, Boogie, and they have a program called, it's called Bedroom Laws tonight. So, when you were a witness, did you understand what the Watchtower was trying to do? They were trying to get into your married life, into your bedroom, your very intimate moments with your mate. They wanted to know all about it. Well, they're going to be talking about that tonight, so you might want to get the kiddies away. Let them know that there's adult content. They'll be talking about this tonight. But Watchtower, back in the 1980s, Watchtower broke up many families. I've spoken to an elder that he told me many divorces took place because of the Watchtower's position on what you could do with your wife or your husband in the bedroom. So we've got Dick and Constance Borgie coming on tonight. Hello, you guys. You're on with us?
Good evening.
Well,
Good evening.
Well, there you are. We're looking forward to the program tonight. I know you have a special guest coming on. So tell us more about it. Tell us what's going on.
Well, thank you, Rick. Before I do that, I just want to give a little shout out to Jason. What a phenomenal program that he just put on, and it's kind of a hard act to follow. I feel like a high school kid that just learned to play the ukulele, and you have to follow Elvis on stage. So we're going to try to make it exciting. Sex always sells, and our program is called DC. It's Dick and Connie. And it's direct current from our heart to yours. And we're doing a little series here on mental health. We realize that the Watchtower has come up with these bedroom laws. They're crazy. And as you just alluded to, Rick, it has caused divorces. It has caused a lot of problems in the Watchtower. So that's what we're going to cover tonight. And just one aspect of it. The Watchtower governing body makes Jehovah's Witnesses crazy and frustrated with their own convoluted bedroom laws, leaving JWs confused and upset with guilt. Many venues, such as Six Screens, has proven thousands of times that the governing body are only inspired by the father of the lie, Satan the devil, and money. As we know, Watchtower frowns on higher education and seldom uses the Bible when making important decisions. These bedroom laws come from uneducated men, and only men, who are themselves hiding pedophiles and has a history of having pedophiles serving on the governing body. Following these men is like raping for the sake of chastity. It makes no sense, and it will never make sense. Our program, DC, would like to take our audience into one law that the governing body said was a sin worthy of disfellowshipping. The Bible never condemns the use of it amongst married couples to engage in oral sex. Knowing Six Screens has all ages tuning in, I'll try to handle a delicate subject with dignity and class. If the subject material is uncomfortable for you, use discretion in listening. Also, if you want to respond to our topic, hit *6, but please be mindful, this is not the Howard Stern show. Please keep the questions and comments to a dignified, proper Christian tone. All right, most people know oral sex as going down on someone in the street speech or in the vernacular of the day. The Bible tells us that homosexuality, bestiality, masturbation, and sodomy and rape is very wrong. Where does the Bible say oral sex is a sin worthy of the lake of fire? The answer is only in the minds of the governing body. In a 2-hour meeting that changed the lives of thousands of Jehovah's Witnesses, causing divorces, suicides, broken families, domestic violence after a spouse shuts off their partner from sex play that they were accustomed to. The Watchtower body of elders or governors want to control your every aspect of your life. Whether you find oral sex to be revolting or great foreplay, the discussion belongs to married couple and their conscience. No one else, such as elders, should invade a couple's bedroom with probing questions. Very few elders are Bible scholars, or few are sex therapists, or even trained in marriage counseling. So why go to them? If you do, go to them. Don't be surprised if you end up disfellowshipped. I did, and I was. My dear wife, Connie, will tell you how these Watchtower bedroom laws came to be.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Like we say, it is for mature audiences. So if you have little kiddos in the room or whatever, that's your discretion as far as if they should listen or not. You know, Watchtower made these rules back in the 70s, and the majority of us really never knew how they came about. We were under the impression that they were decided upon by Jehovah God's Holy Spirit. And what I'd like to share with you tonight is the information regarding it. As you know, one of the governing body members back in the day was Raymond Franz, and he was born, I'll give you some background information, then I'll get into it a little bit more detail. But Raymond Franz was born in May 8th, 1922, and he died June 2nd, 2010. So he lived to be 88 years old. He served several capacities within the JW ranks, including 9 years as a governing body member, which is quite notable, 9 years. He had a 40-year span with the Jehovah's Witnesses and its corporate overseer, which was the Watchtower and Bible Tract Society, and he gained intimate knowledge into the inner workings of the organization. Now, that's what really interests me and Rich tonight, because these were the people who made the decisions in behalf of everybody's own personal bedroom intimacies. Now, Raymond Franz, he resigned, and there was a subsequent disfellowshipping of him in the year of 1980. And for those of you who were in the organization then, I know I sure was, it was a big shakeup in Bethel. It was huge. It was very, very huge. Anyway, so he resigned and he was disfellowshipped in 1980, and he was compelled, Raymond Franz was compelled to share his story and to reveal the inner workings of the organization that he became disillusioned with. In 1983, he published a book, which is where a lot of my information is going to come from tonight. The name of the book is called Crisis of Conscience. His second book was In Search of Christian Freedom, which was published in 1991. Now, it's very interesting. The book Crisis of Conscience apparently is very, very difficult to get now, is my understanding. But some of you I know might have the book. But if you don't have it, it's not a problem. Nowadays, you can get anything online. What you do is you download a browser, whatever you like, Chrome, Zillow, fire, whatever. They have several of them. Anyway, the one I would recommend is called duckduckgo.com. I like that one because they can't trace you or track you like a lot of these Chrome and so forth. If you purchase something on Amazon, they have that down, and they're always trying to sell you things. But DuckDuckGo is your own personal information. So you download duckduckgo.com, and what you do is you search for, in the search bar, Raymond, Franz, and bedroom laws, and lo and behold, there's the book, Crisis of Conscience, online. So anyway, Raymond Franz, this is what he said. He had a crisis of his own conscience between the Watchtower organization. Now keep in mind, he was in there for 40 years and a governing body member for 9. So he had a crisis of conscience between that and what God's word taught. And this is a direct quote that he said. Quote, he says, I could not accept that the Watchtower organizational interpretations based on shifting human reasoning could ever be made equal in authority to the actual statements found in God's unchangeable word. So what he was saying is God's word is unchangeable, but Watchtower, as far as their human reasoning, he didn't say God inspired. He didn't say by God's Holy Spirit. He said the human reasoning was constantly shifting. So that's where he had his crisis of conscience, and he could not accept the organization's rules and regulations. So anyway, what I'd like to do is, you might want to take some notes on this or just listen to the replay, but this is in the book Crisis of Conscience. It's chapter 3. It's entitled Governing Body, and it starts on page 39. And you have to understand the background information, okay? So that's why I'm saying this, and it's brief. It's not a lot. I'll get into the meat in just a few minutes. Anyway, Ray Franz became one of the 11 members of the Worldwide Governing Body in 1971. He said the number of the governing body members grew to as many as 18 in 1977. And when this book was published, which was 1983, there were 15 governing body members. Okay, so the vice president at the time was Freddie Franz. Freddie Franz was the VP, and he was Raymond Franz's uncle. All right, now the president at this time was Nathan Knorr. And I know Nathan Knorr ran the Watchtower with a real tight grip. We've always heard that. He ran it like a corporation with a real tight fist. And what's interesting, in Crisis of Conscience, if you have the book, go to page 40, paragraph 1. Nathan Knorr is not just identified as the president, he is identified here as the corporation president. And that's something worthwhile to note because Watchtower is a corporation. It is a corporation. It's a business. It's a corporation. All right, so now this is what would happen. Nathan Knorr would have perhaps some topics that he wanted to discuss with the rest of the governing body members. And so he would bring it to a meeting. So I'm picturing you got a big round table, closed doors. Nathan Knorr comes in. He has an agenda, a list of things he wants to discuss. And all of the other governing body members are going to talk about it and vote. Okay, so this is what he says here. He said, from time to time, President Knorr would bring some problem correspondence involving questions as to certain conduct by individual witnesses. And the body was to decide what policy should be adopted, whether a particular conduct called for disfellowshipping, some lesser discipline, or no action at all. And this was primarily, he says here, up until 1975. He said after having a discussion, there would be a motion. A motion would be made. Then it would be seconded. A second person would have the motion. And the chairman called for a show of hands. So in other words, they're voting on these different topics that was brought up by the corporation president, Nathan Knorr. And basically, they wanted to always try to have a unanimous vote, which meant that they were all in agreement. And there were occasions when not everybody was in agreement. So anyway, the thing is, it goes on. The point I wanted to make was just bringing that up. Okay, for the majority of us as JWs, we never knew what went on with regards to the governing body and the president. Most of us were under the impression that the entire organization was run by God's Holy Spirit, that all the decisions that they made and passed down to all of us below them were inspired by Jehovah God. But what we're finding out here, there was nothing like that. There's nothing here said that is about God's Holy Spirit, that there was any prayer. No, it's a bunch of men discussing a topic and voting on it. Okay, so what I'd like to just bring out, just simply, just a few things. They would have topics like whether a father was qualified as an elder if he allowed his son or daughter to marry when the son or daughter was only 18. Okay, that's one example. Or there'd be another topic, maybe if an elder, see, it's always about qualification of an elder. If he approved of his son or daughter taking higher education. A third example would be like, say, if you had an elder who was doing shift work, and maybe, for example, he was working at night, like, you know, we had brothers in our congregation who were janitors. And with a lot of the janitors, they had to do their work at night. So there'd be a topic or a discussion on that. And if the brother missed any congregational meetings, would he qualify as an elder? Then one last thing is they would get into some heavy stuff in terms of divorce and adultery. Now, if you want to know more, you can look at Crisis of Conscience. It's page 41, and it's the one paragraph here. Okay. Now, how did this topic come up in terms of Watchtower? You know, how did they even bring this up about the bedroom laws? Okay, well, first of all, let me just say this, that the organization is the congregational elders. They got their information from the GB, and it was like a religious court, and everybody had to be under this absolute scrutiny of following everything the governing body passed down, okay? And if you stepped out of line, then there was the possibility and probability of being disfellowshipped. Okay, so this is how it starts. There was a couple, a JW couple that lived in California. This is page 42 of the book, Crisis of Conscience. And someone had seen in this couple's bedroom literature and photographs that dealt with unusual sex practices. Okay, so basically they had pornography in their bedroom. Now, you might say, well, who in the heck would find that information out and share it? Well, like Franz says, I do not recall that we learned just how the person reporting this happened and to have access to the couple's bedroom. But Rich and I were talking about it, maybe possibly, you know, they had teenage kids. I don't know, it's hard to say. But what ended up happening is they saw this pornography and they brought it to the attention of their local elders. And the elders in California investigated and they interrogated this couple. And they wanted to know if they were engaging in oral sex, okay? So what ends up happening is correspondence from these elders in California came in to Brooklyn, and the governing body was called upon to rule as to what action, if any, should be taken towards this couple. So what ended up happening, and this is really, really key, and I'd like you to really hear this. Okay, so this is what happened. The correspondence, Franz says, until the correspondence was read to us that morning, none of us, aside from the president, okay, who was Nathan Knorr, had any opportunity to think about the subject. Yet, within a couple of hours, the decision was reached that the couple was subject to disfellowshipping, okay? He didn't say anything about prayer, God's Holy Spirit, They decided on it in a matter of a couple of hours. And so what ended up happening, this couple in California got this fellowship for having oral sex. And anyway, then Watchtower decided to formally publish this policy. It's a policy. And they said that anybody who was engaging in this practice was going to be disfellowshipped. All right, now I'm referring here to the book because I don't want you to think it's just my words. It was referred to the Watchtower, December 1st, 1972. It's pages 734 to 736. And the other reference that he uses is November 15th, 1972, pages 703 and 704. Okay, now, what happened in this case after this policy was passed down, then you had a lot of couples in the organization. Some were both Jehovah's Witnesses, husband and wife. Some were, you had a married JW, and then yet the other spouse could have been a non-JW. Okay, so anyway, what happened is Watchtower had it all covered, okay, with a tight grip, that if somebody failed to come forward, like if they knew that this was going on as part of their lovemaking with their spouse, if they failed to bring it to the attention of the elders, then Watchtower had an attitude that this person was indicative of an unrepentant attitude, and that would weigh in favor of disfellowshipping. So either way, these married couples were in big trouble. And what ended up happening is in 1972, the governing body, because they made this decision, it resulted in a sizable number of judicial hearings. And the elders in different congregations around the world, cities, states, so forth, they were being flooded with all these reports and confessions. And sisters in the congregation were so embarrassed and humiliated because they were brought before the elders because they shared it with them. And they had to go through the scrutiny of these elders, questioning every single detail of intimacy with their husbands. Well, that was one thing. But then you also had marriages where, say, for example, the sister was a JW, a baptized sister, but maybe her husband was not a JW. So she's unevenly yoked. She was married to an unbeliever. Well, you can only imagine how, if she felt really guilty and said something to the elders, how her husband, who was a non-believer, would have gone ballistic over something like this. Like, what right do they even have to ask about our own personal, private, intimate affairs? And as a result, many marriages broke up and many ended up in divorce. Now, we did find this out earlier from an elder we were talking to, a former elder earlier, that if you had a sister and say she's with an unbeliever and they're, having oral sex, and the thing is, Watchtower would say, well, basically you could separate from your husband. So I find that very interesting because, the governing body, because of this policy, they got right in the middle of the bedroom between couples. And honestly, I don't think that's right. That is couples' personal information, and that should not be involved with an organization trying to dictate, your conduct in that arena. Well, what happened also is in a 5-year period of time, people were questioning the Watchtower. They were the governing body members. They were saying, show us the scriptural basis. Show us where, this is found in the scriptures that you can insert yourself into the private life of others. I mean, of course, they had to say it very delicately, right? Because you know how Watchtower is. And Watchtower would bring up Romans chapter 1, verses 24 and 27, which talks about homosexuality. And then some of the brothers and sisters would say, yeah, but what about heterosexual relationships between a man and a wife? And it created a lot of confusion and anguish and uncertainty. And for some couples, as it says here on page 43, okay, I'm in paragraph number 2, some couples considered oral sex as part of sexual foreplay. Okay, so anyway, then we go into, witnesses are asking the elders, well, we need to know where the line is drawn. What is considered the act of foreplay before the actual act of sex? Okay, because in the organization, the governing body members want to dictate every single move. For those of you who are listening, you might think this is absolutely absurd. Well, this was exactly the kind of humiliation and pressure that JWs were under. And I think even today, but we'll go into detail, they've lightened up on this, and I will share that. Okay, so anyway, the many letters went out from the society in response to, is it foreplay? Is it oral sex? Is it acceptable? Is it not acceptable? Anyway, and all these letters went out from the society, okay? And then the other point I wanted to bring out is that letter after letter revealed that persons involved, well, they felt a positive responsibility before God to report to the elders any deviance from the norm that was established by the governing body. Okay, now, remember that congregation I told you about that was in California somewhere? Okay, well, what's interesting about that is some of the elders had a moderate approach about oral sex. In other words, they didn't have a real tight fist on it. And so, of course, Watchtower has to put a hammer on that one. And on page 45 of Crisis of Conscience, there is a copy of the letter, and it is dated August 4th, 1976. And the society wrote this to the body of elders in the Congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses. It's marked out names so you can't see it, but it is to the brothers. So listen to this. It says, "Dear brothers, we have a copy of the letter dated July 21st from the committee of the blank congregation in California, in which they write about matters involving blank. Please let us know if any of the elders in the congregation have been giving incorrect advice with regards to matters involving oral sex." Okay, now this is where the governing body members are coming down on these moderate elders. They're going to reprimand them. "If any of the elders in the congregation have advised married persons that it would not be improper for them to engage in oral sex, then on what basis was such counsel given? If wrong counsel was given, then let us know if appropriate steps have been taken to correct any misunderstandings on the part of individuals who were given wrong counsel. And let us know if the elders concerned now are in agreement with what has been stated in the Society's publications with regards to oral sex." Okay, now this is the key of this whole letter. He goes on to say, "If any of you brothers as elders have been advising individuals that oral sex would be permissible as foreplay prior to having actual sex relations, then such advice was not correct. Thank you for your attention to the above matter. May Jehovah's rich blessing go with you as you endeavor always to care for your responsibilities as elders in an exemplary manner. Your brothers." And a carbon copy of this letter, like I said, dated August 4th, 1976, a carbon copy went to the Judicial Committee of Jehovah's Witnesses in California, to that particular congregation. It doesn't say, they blacked it out. Okay, so I have just a few more thoughts that I would like to share here. Okay, now the other thing too is there were some elders that they actually felt that the governing body's position, not just with oral sex, but with other issues, was somewhat lenient or limited. And you might say, well, what could be worse than that? I mean, they got their cameras in your bedroom as it is. Well, it had reference to sexual positions. Okay, Watchtower only believed in the missionary style. Okay, I hope no kiddos are listening here.
Explain that.
I guess I have to explain that. All right, we're all mature audience here. It's basically where the woman's lying down on her back and the husband is on top of her. That's missionary style. Okay, and Watchtower only believed that that was the only position that was appropriate for Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, I just want to interject this thought. It's just a side thought. But I remember when I was a single sister, I was always single in the organization, and I was out in service with the regular pioneer. She was really a lovely sister. But anyway, I'm probably, in my early 20s, and we're going door to door, and all of a sudden she decides to bring up sex in the conversation. I don't know why, but she did. She says to me, she says, it's really important that if, you get married in the organization, she says, it's the man that has to initiate the sex in your marriage. I looked at her and I said, what? And she said, yeah, as a woman, as a sister, you cannot initiate any sex with your husband. He's the one that has to do that. And I had never heard that. I never forgot it. And I thought, oh my God, show me what scripture says that, So anyway, we got to make this sort of fun. All right. So then they're also trying to have some information on what positions are available. Now, I don't have to go into graphics. You sisters that have been married and pregnant, okay, you know that there's other positions that are available, whether you're pregnant or not, okay? But if you're especially pregnant, you know what I'm talking about. All right, so there was this one elder, and he says, I'm on page 46, I'm on paragraph 2 of Crisis of Conscience, paragraph 3. And he said, this elder, he expressed his own feelings. He says, since Jehovah went into great detail in the chapter 18 of Leviticus, as well as other chapters on sexual behavior, why is there no statement made to married couples as to acceptable or unacceptable forms of copulation? Would it not be likely that Jehovah would have done so if he wanted this personal and private area of the marriage union open to the scrutiny or opinions of the judges or older men of Israel, so that appropriate action could be taken against offending individuals? I thought that was interesting. That was an elder asking that out of sincerity. Well, there are some people in life where, maybe they've had a car accident, maybe they've had an operation, maybe I'm talking about the guys now, and it could be the women as well, but I'm talking about men being impotent. Okay, if a man is a smoker, like a non-believer, generally there is no blood flow in that area, so he'd have a very difficult time having an erection. Okay, so the couple might decide, well, we're going to have oral sex instead. Or you could have someone who has diabetes. There's a problem with the blood flow to the penis. So therefore, maybe the couple decides oral sex. The point I'm trying to make is there are times when there's an accident or an operation and not everybody can have intercourse. Well, there was this one particular case where this one brother, he became impotent. And in the years following, he and his wife, they would have oral sex. Well, she was a diehard JW, and she believed in what the governing body taught. And yet, he as a man, he felt like half of a man, right? He felt like half of a man, but he still wanted to please his wife. Well, he couldn't see any scriptural proof for the Watchtower magazine, but his wife, she felt duty bound to obey. And because he loved her, he went along with it. But as a result of it, in this particular case, he said he felt emotionally crumbling because he felt like it was really going to break up their marriage and have a serious effect. And he was trying to find any kind of loophole that the governing body members had because he wanted to have a happy life. He wanted to have a happy wife and a happy marriage. Okay, now, just a few more things here, okay? I hope you're enjoying this. Okay. Anyway, Ray Franz says here on page 47, okay, his wife was Cynthia. Remember, they were missionaries and so forth. I don't remember which country they traveled to, but anyway, she had some kind of serious illness. And anyway, this is what he said on page 47, paragraph 1. He said, though I find the sexual practices involved to be definitely contrary to my personal standards, I can honestly say that I did not favor the disfellowshipping decision that was made by the body. Then he has an italicized, friends, but that is all that I can say. But when the vote came, remember Nathan Noor would meet with the governing body members. When the vote came, he said, I conformed to the majority decision. Okay. What happened is that, I think a lot of the friends thought, well, we're sending letters out to the governing body. They're going to respond. No, that's not how it worked. The bulk of the correspondence on this subject of the bedroom laws never reached the governing body members. Instead, it was handled by staff members who were in the correspondent desks and also members of the service department. Okay, now, 5 years later, okay, listen to this, because this is really, really key, and then I'm almost done here. Okay, if you think that this is God's organization and it's directed by God's Holy Spirit, I hope you're learning that what I'm sharing you with all these details, that it's not. It is a man-made corporation run by men making policies to dictate everybody's intimate lives. Okay, because Ray Franz says here, after 5 years, okay, we were talking about 1972, 73. So you're talking about 5 years later, maybe around 77, 78. He said the matter came up again on the agenda. And the disfellowshipping policy, listen to this, friends, it was reversed. And the governing body, in effect, now withdrew itself from the intimate area of others' lives. Okay, now, if you don't believe me, pull this up. It's the February 15th, 1978 Watchtower. It's pages 30 and 32. Okay, February 15th, 78 Watchtower, pages 30 and 32. Crisis of Conscience, I'm on page 47, and I'm on paragraph 3. You can find it online. And this is what that Watchtower said, quote, in view of the absence of clear scriptural instruction, these are matters for which the married couple themselves must bear the responsibility before God. And these marital intimacies do not come within the province of the congregational elders to control nor to take disfellowshipping action with such matters as the sole basis. This expresses a keen sense of responsibility to let the scriptures rule and to refrain from taking a dogmatic stand when the evidence does not seem to provide sufficient basis. Okay, now the last point I want to bring, 2 paragraphs here. So Raymond Franz says, I felt the way about a whole host of matters that came before us. And there's really no basis in the scripture for taking dogmatic stands on the vast majority of things that we were ruling on. Okay? He doesn't say anything about prayer. He doesn't say anything about Holy Spirit. It's what they were voting on as men. He said, I expressed that view here, and it was accepted by the body on this point. I expressed it again and again in the future on other things, but it was rarely accepted. Okay. So this is the point that I'd like to mention. This ruling by the governing body had a huge impact on people's lives, on their marriages, on their families. If they were disfellowshipped, there were even people, of course, as you know, that lost their family members. Okay, we know that. That's even current today for disfellowshipping, the shunning policy. But there were even people who committed suicide because they were disfellowshipped. So what I'd like to say here is his final comment. He says, and I'm quoting it from the book, I'm on page 48, I'm on paragraph 2. Franz says, "For I know that no matter what was said, it could never in any way compensate for or repair all the damage in embarrassment, mental confusion, emotional distress, guilt pangs, and broken marriages that resulted from the earlier decision. A decision made in a few hours by men, almost all of whom were approaching the matter cold, with no previous knowledge, thought, meditation, this is the key, friends, specific prayer on the matter, or searching of scriptures, but whose decision was put in force globally for 5 years and affected many people for a lifetime. None of it needed to have occurred." And that's from Franz. So that's what I wanted to share with all of you. And Rich wants to add some more.
Yeah, thank you, Connie. Why would you follow this crazy, pathetic, organization? I mean, they reversed themselves on these sex laws. They reversed themselves on disfellowshipping in the 80s. They said that Armageddon was coming in 1975, and it didn't. And then I get this crazy overlapping generation, but 16 times they said Armageddon was coming, and people still follow them, even though they know the history. Or maybe they don't know the history. They also reverse themselves on blood. And now you can take fractions. Nobody understands that. Why would you follow this crazy, crazy organization? Back to the subject of oral sex. That's the main theme of our program tonight. I can think of a number of cases where it would be appropriate. There are, again, there's no scriptures that say it's inappropriate. But I knew of a situation where the husband and wife were having sex for 2 or 3 years during the newlyweds, and she never had a climax. And then it dawned on him that maybe he should perform oral sex on her. Well, I mean, if you can kiss the lips underneath someone's nose, can you kiss the lips underneath someone's nose? So, Rick?
Yeah, just a little technical issue. Don't worry about it, Dick.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, if you can kiss somebody's lips under their nose, can you kiss somebody's lips under their belly button? Well, this brother found that he could really stimulate his wife by going down on her a number of different times. I mean, for quite a while, till she really got aroused. Then he started intercourse with her, and after 2 or 3 years of marriage, she finally got off. Like a lot of women do, they'll fake it. But she finally had one of those Scarlett O'Hara moments, if you remember her in Gone with the Wind, coming down the staircase after she had sex with Red Butler. So you all probably remember that movie. It's pretty famous. And I also do know of another situation where a woman had endometriosis. And if you don't know what that is, it's a woman's vagina has a very difficult time having intercourse because it's very, very painful. So her and her husband, they performed what is commonly known on the street as 69. That to me would be, if I was told that, I wouldn't be upset with it or think anything negative about it at all. Another thing you might consider is that sometimes a certain position, sexual position, there was governing body members that wanted you only to have the missionary position, and they wanted to disfellowship people if they found out that they didn't use that method. Kind of going back to oral sex. It's like some people like chocolate ice cream, some people like vanilla. You don't have a right to comment if someone likes vanilla and you like chocolate and comment on them or think badly of them. That's their decision. At this juncture, we're going to open up star 6 if you want to comment.
Hey,
Hi,
Rick.
this is Stefan. Can you hear me okay?
One at a time.
You guys are doing like a really great job, and I thank you, because a lot of people aren't comfortable talking about sex, and I'm thinking, but that's what God gave us. He created us this way, and we shouldn't be embarrassed to talk about things like that. But as far as sex in the Garden of Eden, I'm thinking, well, the only sex talk Adam and Eve seemed to get was be fruitful and have, lots of kids. I remember. But it's amazing what men will do, men in power. And it's so sad. I mean, people have maybe hip problems where they can't do the missionary, because it hurts their hips too much, or, everybody's different. And it's like sleeping. I mean, you find different ways to cuddle and sleep and throw your arms around each other, whatever. And sex to me is like cuddling too. I mean, everybody's different. But I don't remember the 70s, but I remember in the 80s, around 83, a sister and another sister and the subject came up. I wasn't married at the time, but they were talking about, well, I'm going to have to tell my husband we can't do this anymore. Well, I didn't know this was wrong. Well, I guess I have to talk to the elders. And I'm standing there listening to these two married sisters, and I'm like, oh my God, where did this come from? And the next thing I know, around 83 or 84, there was a Watchtower study on the subject, and it had a black and white picture, a drawing of a married couple, both in pajamas up to their neck, buttoned up to their neck, wearing robes, tied up. I mean, it's like they were going to go out in public, and they're on their knees at the side of their bed, praying to Jehovah, please help us not do anything wrong in your eyes when we have sex. That's in the Watchtower study in the middle of the Kingdom Hall. Can you believe that, Dick? Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you so much for coming on. Yeah, can I believe it? Yeah, if it's the Watchtower, I can believe it. They can put a kibosh on anything that is enjoyable.
Hello? Marie.
Hi, this is Stefan.
May I
Can you hear me
speak up?
okay?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just would like to make a comment, brothers. I was going to say, Marie, thank you, honey, for coming on. I was just, one other comment I wanted to make is Watchtower is so obsessed with sex. They always have been, and they always will be. So go ahead, please.
I'll take this question, please.
Zachary, did you want to
Hi,
go
Zach.
back?
Hi. Yeah. This is Zachary.
Okay, Zach.
Oh, if someone else has gone first. Okay. I got to say this. I just thought of it while I was waiting. It is kind of a joke. I almost dialed when I unmuted myself. I almost dialed *69. Sorry. Just a joke. Okay. Everybody. *6. Okay. This was so very comprehensive. It took me back. I remember not the Watchtower study, but they covered this on a service meeting. And I was pretty young. And I remember knowing that they were talking about stuff and being so embarrassed. I never forgot the words that they used. That point about homosexuality, they mention imitating behavior of homosexuals. And the wording they used, I reviewed this once, maybe around 2010, but it's right there. The wording they used was something like imitating the conduct of homosexuals, such as, and sorry for this language, such as the penetration of the penis into the mouth or anus of another. That's the language they had, and that I remember the brother saying. And I still remember the brother's face. This brother was an older brother who would remind you of Louis Armstrong, the brother who was giving the part. He was an elder at the time. So that was I guess that was when it had first come out, and they were doing a review of it on the service meeting back in the 70s.
Yeah.
So roll forward to the 1980s. I didn't keep up with the subject. I just knew, oh, that those types of sex are wrong, because I bought everything the society said. So now it's mid 80s, and I'm serving at Bethel, and you know, you're serving all day with other witnesses, and so you have conversations about this point or that point, you know, while you're working, right. And that came up, and it came up, and I said, oh yeah, that's disfellowshipping offense or something like that. I said, and the brother said, no, it's not anymore. And, and he said, no, it's what they want you to do is they want you to keep, if a couple's doing this, they want them to keep quiet about it. They don't want them talking about it to other people. And so, right?
And yeah, so, right. It was don't ask, don't tell type of deal.
Yeah, exactly. And so that was the 80s, in mid 80s. So let's roll forward to the 1990s, and I'm serving as an elder, and I'm at the time a presiding overseer, and a brother comes to me. I almost don't want to say it, but it's been since the 90s because of my voice is recognized, you know. But a brother comes to me, a married brother with an unbelieving mate, and he comes to me and he says, I found out something. He says, I found out that oral sex is wrong. And he said, you know, he was real upset. He's a ministerial servant. And so I repeated to him what I just said about sometime before the mid 80s, they took that back. They just would prefer you not talk about it to other people. And I said, it is correct that it used to be considered really wrong. And I told him, bury it. Don't go to other elders about it. Just drop it. Don't talk to them about it. Because I knew, you know, if he told me, oh, it's okay, so it's done. It's done. But he went to other brothers. Some of them might start causing unnecessary problems for him. So I told him to just drop it. So that's how I've been exposed to this teaching in my life at various phases or stages as a witness. So that was it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much,
Zachary, while he's on the phone.
Oh, this is Joe. Joe, is that you?
Yeah.
Oh,
this is Eric. But go ahead. I can wait. Someone else go first.
Yeah, I was going to say
this is Stefan. I was after Zachary. I just wanted to say, first of all, I really appreciated what Zachary said. It's great to hear those things from elders. I never made it to an elder, but I used to hear those stories anyway. This to me all fall, and I enjoy this show. And let me step back and say, I really enjoy how you guys introduced the subject, because the first thing you said is we're going to be talking about mature things. No kids should be around, unlike Watchtower, where you go there with the family on a Sunday for a talk and hear all of this sexual stuff that you didn't want your kids even exposed to. So I appreciate how you guys even started this program. But this to me all falls under the title of bad advice from Watchtower. And I'll just tell one example very quickly. When I was a kid, there was a family that just kind of took me under their wings for whatever reason. And over time, the sister mentioned to me that they had never consummated their marriage. And I was thinking to myself, okay, why in the world would you not? I mean, here I am as a teenager, born and raised, you know, hormones raging like crazy. You have a married couple and they've never consummated their marriage. So we would have conversations about this. And so she had gone to the elders. And of course, they told her stay and be the best wife you can be, and everything that they told her, nothing really worked. I told her, I said, listen, I said, I'm going to tell you the honest to God truth. I said, to me, you should force the situation and say to your husband, if you don't go get counseling, therapy, whatever, I'm leaving. I said, it's not fair to you that you're going to spend your life never being intimate, not having children. What kind of a life is that? Well, she didn't. She listened to the elders, and I ran into her just a few years ago, and she is a very angry, bitter woman. She did eventually leave. She never got remarried because she never got divorced. She never had children because she never consummated the marriage. And she just laments all of that. And so the point that I want to make is I can't think ever of one situation where advice from Watchtower has ever, has ever worked out for the benefit of anybody. Watchtower constantly sticks their nose in people's lives when they have no authority to do so, and people allow themselves to be controlled by Watchtower. Watchtower makes a complete mess out of your life, and then they just walk away as if they have no accountability, nothing to see here, just like this business with the beards. Thank you.
Yeah, that is so well said. That was right on target.
Yeah,
Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Who's that? Star 6.
Hey guys, it's Eric.
Hey, Eric.
Hi, Eric.
Was someone before me?
Let's see. Well, I think Joe is there. Joe, are you there?
And I'll wait. I'm fine. Go ahead.
Okay, hon. Thank you. Go ahead, Eric.
I won't take too much time. I was just going to go along with what Zachary was saying because he served as an elder and I guess Bethel too. And my wife and I won't go too far into the story because I've had a lifetime of my sex life being exposed to a bunch of fucking old men. But anyway, these guys, three others came into the room, and I won't get into how it happened, but they wanted to know if we partook in anal and oral sex, and asking all kinds of questions. And I basically told them to piss off. I really wouldn't answer anything. And there was one elder that I knew personally as a friend, and I asked him, is oral sex really banned from our beliefs? And he goes, Eric, and I won't say the word, but he uses a slur for homosexuals. He says it's what the homos do. He uses the F word to describe it. This is an elder. And I said very fast, right back to the elder without even hesitating. I said, they hold hands too. Are we going to stop doing that? And he looked at me and he laughed. And I said, so you're telling me that Watchtower is telling me where to kiss my wife? Are you telling me that, Paul Aguiar? And he's like, I don't know, Eric. Geez, forget it. It was uncomfortable. Like I was a boxer in the ring. I had my guard up. I was ready to fight.
Right.
And there was even an elder, and there was an assembly that we had, and the elder was a cool dude, and he took an interest in the youth. He used to play Halo with us. We went to Star Wars and dressed up when they re-released the films, and he was Obi-Wan Kenobi. He was an elder, and he got big time ring for that. He was on the news with his lightsaber waving around. I'm Obi-Wan Kenobi. They interviewed him and everything. That's a side point. But this brother, he was listening to the part of the assembly when they talked about oral and anal sex. And the only thing that they talked about was outside of the marriage arrangement. And this elder says, seems to be good with me. How about you guys? And, it's been such a controversy because they are literally telling us where to kiss our spouse. It's disgusting. There is not one thing that these guys don't tell us what to do. The Pharisees got nothing on these guys because the Pharisees, big deal, walk to your elbows. These guys are literally have rules for everything. Thanks, guys. I'll give the conversation up to someone else. But great conversation tonight. A great topic.
I think that, the governing body members, many of them are perverted. I mean, they're just so obsessed with sex. It's unbelievable. And for them to even want to know the nitty-gritty details and, bring people into judicial committee meetings. I mean, you talk about X-rated. I mean, when you leave the organization, I've been out 40 years. So when you leave the organization, you learn about boundaries, you learn about your own self-respect, your own self-confidence. You don't allow anybody to cross those boundaries. And if they do, you just tell them exactly how you feel about it. They don't have any right. And the thing I'd like to just say is that when you're a witness, you especially feel, oh my gosh, he's an elder. Oh, I have to answer everything this brother wants to know. Okay. You don't have any option or right to say no. And that is so wrong on so many levels. Watchtower does not respect other people's boundaries. They don't even know what you mean when you say boundaries. So, it's something that is very, very important for people to know and to understand. And one last point I'd like to make is nobody can take your power away from you. Mm-hmm. You have the right to make your own decisions that works best for you in your life. Okay, I'm not just talking about sex. I'm talking about everything and anything. You have that right to enjoy the best life you can possibly have. And nobody has a right to take that away from you unless you give them the power. The power belongs to each and every one of us. And once you leave this organization and you really understand what I'm saying, because I've spoken to witnesses and they look at you like, what in the heck are you talking about? Once you leave this organization, you realize how powerful your life is when you're in control of your own decisions and your own life. And you don't ever give that away to anyone. You don't give it away to a marriage mate. You don't give it away to a family member. You don't give it away to children. And you certainly don't ever give it away to the elders. You should oversee, governing body members. No one. They cannot control your life unless you relinquish your own control of your life.
Go ahead. We got a caller coming in. We got a caller coming in from, I think it's the UK. Go ahead, 434. You're on with us. Yeah, hold on one second. Yeah, we do have a caller. Hold.
While Rick's trying to get that squared away, I just threw out this. Jehovah's Witnesses were never, ever guided by the Holy Spirit. If they were, they wouldn't have all these flip-flops. There's just so many things in Watchtower history. This is what Jehovah said. And then a few years later, new light, a new understanding, or, just an adjustment that needs to be made. These aren't adjustments. These are 180-degree flip-flops. Mm-hmm. And they affected people's lives dramatically. The blood issue was one where, you can't take blood, not when we fractions. And at one time in the 80s, 85, somewhere in that vicinity, they wanted you to bring disfellowship people in the house and be nice to them and kind to them and try to get them to come back into Jehovah's organization. Then 6 months later, they reversed that. You can't talk to those people. It's just a crazy, convoluted organization. Thank God for people like Rick who put together 6 screens and are able to tell people, look at this. Because when I was in it, I really couldn't see it. I knew there were things that weren't right, but I couldn't connect the dots. And that's what Rick has done for almost 20 years, and not just 6 screens, but there's other books that have been written and so forth. And I would say to anybody listening right now, if what we say makes sense, don't hold it to yourself. I know in the JW world, they told you didn't go knocking on people's door, that you were blood guilty and all that stuff. But there are so many people out there that are really, really suffering under these idiots, these governing body liars. Just don't, please tell somebody. If not, just send them a postcard and say, listen to 6 screens and give the phone number, and just send it to them. If you don't want to confront somebody, or send it to elders or your family members, it's in this cult. Being out of the cult is one of the nicest things that ever has happened to me. Go ahead, please.
Oh, hey, Rich. It's Eric again.
Hey,
I'm
Rich.
just going to give one.
Hold on.
Let the sister go.
Hold on.
Raise money and get a lot of bumper stickers, and all of them should plaster them on every car we can get a hold of. 6 screens of the Watchtower, what the Watchtower is hiding behind, and the phone number every Saturday. Yeah, that would be so great. I really like that you call what you call them, governing body liars. What did you say, Dick? That was so funny.
I have a lot of adjectives for them. I'm going to try to keep from using any of the F words, but yeah, they're professional liars, professional apostate liars. I'm an apostate to the legal truth.
They are. What I was thinking about how twisted, like I think Connie brought it out, how twisted they are. I have heard of more stories of committee hearings where sex was involved, and the questions and they will drive, especially a sister or a child, to tears because they always want more details and more details and more details. And I just realized I call it theocratic pornography because that's the only kind of way they can enjoy pornography, legally, according to Watchtower rules. They are as twisted could be. And this is really a great show. It's going to get a lot of listening to on the archives. Thank you, Rick.
Hey, Rich, this is Joe, real quick. I'm getting called in for an emergency. I got to pull a 16-hour shift. So I've got about an hour. So after the UK, our friend from the UK talks, I'd like to just share some things. But go ahead. I think there's someone in front of me.
Joe, why don't you go ahead, honey, because you are a top guest.
No. There's a guy from the UK. Let the guy from the UK. Go ahead.
Okay, England, please go ahead.
I'm
thinking it's England.
UK is not with us right now, but let's bring Joe on right now, okay?
Yeah.
Come on, Joe.
Joe, come on. We're waiting for you.
Okay, Connie, you brought up a good point. First of all, when that decision was made about the bedroom laws, you have to understand this is how this regime works. They were not even the governing body back then. They were called the board of directors. When that was put in place, when it was a disfellowshable offense for these, so-called bedroom rules, right? So keep that in mind. They were not considered the governing body. They were considered the board of directors when that was put in place. Now, you had mentioned a good point. The conference has been locked. Pray about it. There was no Holy Spirit, because if they would have prayed about it, and I'm just going to share one quick scripture. It's 2 Corinthians 1:24. And this is what the Apostle Paul said. We are not to be masters over the faith of another person, or we are not to dominate the faith of another person. They did the exact opposite when they decided to go into the bedroom laws. So is it okay if I share a couple experiences with you?
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to just let you know, I was raised in the Watchtower. Many people know my history. 49 years in. In the 60s, I had 3 little friends that we grew up together. All 3 of them are dead. 2 to suicide, and 1 sadly was drunk and flipped his vehicle into a drainage ditch, and he drowned. Now, one of the kids that I grew up with, we were teenagers, and we were at a convention. And what had happened was, during the convention, during the noon session, we were having a pillow fight. One of the elders talked to his mom and the woman that brought me in the world. And what ended up happening, his dad brutally beat him up to the point he couldn't go to school for about 2 weeks. They wanted to hide the beating. So one night, I got to do a sleepover. This was a couple months later, and we were on top of his roof, and he had some marijuana. Never smoked it before, but we're smoking this joint. And this is what he told me. He said, "You know, Joe, I will never become one of Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay, so fast forward. I'm in Dodge City, Kansas. I am now an appointed elder. By the way, even though it's not a disfellowshipable offense, in 1992, the bedroom rules were still in the elders book. This is how incompetent they are. It wasn't a disfellowshipping matter, but they made sure that people understood it was a conscience matter. In addition to that, I was the talk coordinator, and there were about 190 talks in the catalog, and talk number 15 was God's view of sex and marriage. And nobody liked giving that talk. I could never get speakers to come and give that talk because 10 minutes talked about the practice of oral sex, other things like that. So they were still promoting this. So I don't want people to think that just because they changed a policy and it wasn't a disfellowshipable offense, they still practiced teaching this in the congregations. So I get a call from my buddy. Remember, we grew up together, and he was never going to be one of Jehovah's Witnesses. I get a call from his mother, and she said, "Can you please come and visit Bobby?" And I said, "What's going on?" Because I was living in Dodge City. And she said, "He's suicidal." Now, what had happened, Bobby had married a beautiful woman. She was drop dead gorgeous. Well, his mom thought it would be a great idea to start recruiting her into the Watchtower Corporation. Now, Bobby, he just let her do what she wanted to do. She ends up getting to the point where she's a publisher, and she is at a meeting. Now, at that meeting, and all I can do is speculate, allegedly, talk number 15 was given because after the meeting, he went to the elders. Remember the urge to confess, right? You gotta talk to these men because now you feel bad. She wasn't even baptized. She was a publisher, and she said, "Well, the things that you brought up in the talk, we do that. And I'm so sorry. I didn't know I'm hurting the God of the Watchtower." She didn't say it that way. Well, anyway, the elders decided to go visit my buddy, who was not one of Jehovah's Witnesses, and they flat out told him that if you still practice this, your wife has grounds for separation. Well, it turned out to be a big mess. I end up showing up at his house. I drove 180 miles to see him. And when I walked in, his wife had already left. She packed up and left. So she separated. And he's drunk. He's got a tactical Benelli shotgun right next to him. And this is what he tells me. He says, "I'm going to kill all the elders in the Minnequaw congregation." I said, "No, you're not, Bobby." Because I was an elder and I was a witness. I said, "What is going on?" And he tells me the story. They're breaking up my marriage. Now, here's the problem. Who gave these men the right? Now, remember, it's not a disfellowshipping offense anymore. But who gave them the right to tell his wife that she has the right to separate when they won't even do that? When men, and I know there have been many brothers that have beat their wives to a pulp, and the brothers would say, "Just leave it in Jehovah's hands. You might win him over," or let's say it was a non-witness. I'm sorry. But that would happen. So you see the contradiction? Well, anyway, I told him, I said, "Let me talk to the elders." And I did. I actually went to two of the elders. They were like royalty in Pueblo. There were like 6 congregations in Pueblo. And the two Woodick brothers were like royalty because they were Bethelites, Bethel elders, da-da-da-da. So I told him, I said, "You guys are going beyond the scope of an elder." Now, see, I'm still thinking elder, right? And that's all I did. I told him, you cannot get involved in their marriage. So I leave, I go back to Dodge City, and I made a big mistake, and I regret this to this day. I didn't stop and check on him. He ended up taking his life. He was so distraught that he's lost his wife. Now, will the Watchtower ever apologize for that? No, I doubt it. They don't apologize for anything. So now I'm gonna fast forward real quick, because I'm gonna end this by sharing how corrupt this organization is. One of the elders that was part of this separation, talking his wife into separating with him, was the drama coordinator. And during drama rehearsals, he was having an affair with one of the Pioneer sisters. And it just so happened she was married to a Woodick, because there were 5 Woodick brothers. And it destroyed their marriage. So a guy that was so hooked on these bedroom rules or laws that were not even a disfellowshipable offense was having extramarital affairs with the Pioneer sister. So these men, they're nothing but men. They're made of dust. We're all dust and shadows. And that's why I wanted to share this, because I lost a good friend over this stupid bedroom policy that they reversed, but yet is still kind of in effect. And in conclusion, I'll share this. This was what really woke me up. In the congregation, and most of the elders that are listening, they know that we only have certain meetings. We have quarterly meetings, we have meetings before the circuit overseer, and then we have what's called damage control meetings. So we had this emergency meeting. Didn't know what it was about. So I go in, and actually I wanted to go home, but I have to go to the meeting. I'm an elder. And what took place blew me away. There was an elder and his wife, and she was a pioneer at one time. They went to Las Vegas and picked up a call girl. I don't know how they did that, but they picked up a call girl, and they had a threesome. And I'm not making this up, guys. And I'm starting to think, now, wait a second. How is this happening? That you have these bedroom laws that you had in effect in the 70s and 80s, and now you got an elder and an elite pioneer having a threesome? I mean, all these rules, all the stuff they put out there is just gibberish. And I just wanted to share those experiences. And that's why I got so confused in the Watchtower, because what they preach.
The conference has been unlocked.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Joe, for coming on. Really appreciate it. That was well said. Star 6, if anyone wants to make another comment. I know you're
I'm so glad Joe came on. I have missed him, and I am so thankful he shared those oh so true, oh so sad, oh so seldom talked about real stuff that does and has been happening in the Watchtower. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Constance.
Well, thank you, Anne Marie. Thank you. Star 6. Anyone else want to comment on our subject matter tonight? Star 6. We're talking about
You're on Chicago. Go ahead, Chicago.
Just tying back on what that gentleman just said, even in the elder's handbook, it's very clear that the elder could have gotten involved with some wrongdoing, kept it to himself for some appropriate time, then just confessed to a couple of his buddies, never had to notify the wife you're in. There's no judicial meeting. There's no revoking of privileges. And all the while, he could be sitting in on committee meetings for the exact same thing or even less and disfellowship with people. So we have to be reminded of what this organization is like. This organization is horrible in their policies and their practices. And again, I've never seen one single instance where the advice that they've given anybody ever worked out for anybody's benefit.
Yeah, you're exactly correct on that. I know that one of the reasons I didn't elect to be an elder because I was hiding adultery, and I didn't want to sit on a committee meeting as an elder and have someone in the room with me who had committed the same thing I did, and I probably had a lot more strikes against me in that area. So, I just said, no, I don't want to be an elder. But then as time went by, I just told him that, I had a string of adulteries. And what I got out of that was disfellowship. I lost my wife, I lost my house, and I lost my kids. I tell you all truthfully, I never caught any STD. When I told my wife, that I cheated on her, she wouldn't believe me. She said, you couldn't do that. I don't believe you. So if someone ever said to my former wife that I just saw your husband come out of a motel with another person, she wouldn't believe him. But the end result for me, I lost everything. My sister was a JW. She hasn't talked to me in 30 years. My one son doesn't talk to me at all. One son will only text me because he won't talk to me. And that's been for about 30 years. So what I would say to everybody out there, if you're having some kind of sex problems or you're doing something you shouldn't, take it to a professional. Do not take it to these elders. The only thing they can do is disfellowship you. They have a rule that you probably don't even know about. And it says if you committed the same crime 3 times in a row, doesn't matter if it's over the course of 40 years, they keep track of it. So, Brother Borgie, you committed adultery on your wife in 1977, and now you've done it again in 1989. Well, that's 3 times. So you are disfellowshipped. Irrespective of the fact, I never got caught. I went to the elders with help. It wasn't really a problem about sex. So I was swindled out of $40,000, and by my brother-in-law, who was a JW. And when I went to a judicial committee for him, the elders just covered for him. So it really flipped me out, and I got involved in masochism. And, they just, he's a whack job. Let's disfellowship him. And one of the elders who later himself got disfellowship came over to my house and he told me, they're never going to let you be reinstated. I said, they have to. I'm going to all the meetings. He says, they don't have to, and they won't. So I'm just telling you. So I stopped going to meetings, and I stopped ever trying to reinstate it. So if anybody listens to this, what I'm saying, one second, let me finish. If you're listening to what I'm saying, don't take your problems to the elders. It's not going to go good for you. Please, brother, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Joe again. I apologize. I'm getting ready for work, but I have one more thing to share. It doesn't mainly pertain to the bedroom laws, but this is how they really screw up young people. So I was farmed out as a little kid to another man to study with me, and it's because
The conference has been locked.
he didn't like me, and he wasn't going to study with me. So there was a man that was studying with me, and I'll never forget. He was studying with me a publication that talked about masturbation, and I told him I don't want to study this chapter. It's embarrassing, Anyway, so they throw that on there. It's in the Young People Ask book. But anyway, what I want to share is when I became an elder, I had no clue how big of a problem that was. And what happens when elders get appointed, there are certain people that know that you're not a hardcore hardline elder, and I was not one. I was not one of those. And so I would get calls in the middle of the night, and there was an individual that he would call me, and he would be so traumatized because, you know, you got the Armageddon scare too, right? And so I would go to his house, I would shower, get my suit on, go to his house, and he would be in the fetal position, crying, and this is what he chanted: Jehovah's going to kill me. Jehovah's going to kill me. And I would have to, like, hey, calm down. Let's get you on the couch. Let's talk. And it all had to do with the fact that he would relapse in something that's not even a disfellowshipable offense. It's uncleanness, right? And I would tell him, I'd say, hey, just get back on the saddle. I'd go back home 3 days later. I'm back at his house, 2 o'clock in the morning. Jehovah's going to kill me. Jehovah's going to kill me. Jehovah's going to kill me. Well, let me share one quick experience. I have an aunt. She was never one of Jehovah's Witnesses. She gave me a call 2 years ago, and she said, is there any way you could help Carla? He's mentally ill. And now Carla was one of Jehovah's Witnesses. She ended up getting disfellowshipped. And I said, well, Aunt Sophia, what is wrong? And she goes, when I go to her apartment, all she does is walk around saying, Jehovah's going to kill me. Jehovah's going to kill me. Jehovah's going to kill me. No, the true God is not going to kill you. It's the God of the Watchtower that they would like you to believe is going to kill you for whatever the sin is. And I just want to emphasize that you made a great point. Don't go to these men. These men are flesh and blood. These men, in fact, there are elders that I've served with that were addicted to pornography. There were elders that I served with that would confide in me that they had a problem with so-called masturbation and other practices. So why go to these men when they're shadows and dust? These men are not qualified, and they're a joke. Hey, you guys take care. I have to head to work, guys.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much.
It's always good to hear from Joe. Star 6. I'm sure there are plenty out there that want to make.
The conference has been unlocked.
Yeah, in fact,
Well,
Dick, I wanted to, this is Rick at the control panel here. I wanted to mention that this week, something unusual has been taking place in the Watchtower. It's kind of like what you guys are even talking about here tonight. But a number of people have informed me in the meetings in the last month, the Watchtower has been talking unbelievably about sex. Now, what is this all about? It really is something that I got thinking about. They've been talking about, I'd say 6 messages coming in here to the 6 screens. And it has to do about sex being mentioned at the meetings in the last month. Now, why would they do this? And it's the very things you guys are talking about here tonight. The different types of sex that you can have, And what's the point of really the Watchtower bringing this all up? I mean, this religion is really supposed to be a chaste, Christian religion. Why would they keep discussing this frequently? And I mean, this really is disturbing a bunch of witnesses that have been involved in going to the meetings and hearing this, and they're wondering, what is this all about? So, sometimes I think about it. I think that this is, we know it's such a perverted organization. It's something that is brought up a lot. I think eventually we're going to get to the root of the situation here. I think that what they're doing is they're trying to create this sexual environment. Why would you even bring it up? And even kids are listening in at the meetings. Why would you bring this up? But I just wanted to mention that to you guys tonight, that I had 4 or 5 messages this week alone on people telling me about meetings in the last months that have been talking about sex, pornography, the oral sex, all of this that you guys are talking about tonight. And why are they doing that? It's not sensible.
Well, very little that happens with the Watchtower is sensible. I just like to make a fact known. When I became a Jehovah's Witness, I was told that the Holy Spirit goes directly to the anointed, and the anointed tell the governing body, or if there's an anointed on the governing body, get that direct line from Jehovah God. And if there's anybody in the congregation that's doing something wrong, well, guess what? The Holy Spirit will be taken from that congregation. The elders will detect the Holy Spirit being gone. They'll have an investigation, and they'll catch the dastardly person, and they will disfellowship him. Well, we know that pedophilia is showing up in droves throughout Jehovah's organization. Well, why isn't the Holy Spirit telling the elders? Well, possibly because a lot of the elders are involved in that action. How did all these pedophiles get into the Jehovah's clean organization? Well, it's not a clean organization. It's Satan's organization. And I will tell you, in my congregation of about 125 people in Lowell, Massachusetts, I know of 5 pedophiles, and I couldn't name them. And you know, it's funny. I was disfellowshipped, and they were in that congregation smiling like crazy. I get disfellowshipped, and they're doing little kids because they're pedophiles, and they didn't clean them out. But I go to the elders with a problem. They clean me out. That is how unfair, how unscriptural that organization is. Okay, star 6. Anyone want to comment?
Hi, Rich.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
It's Sharon. How you doing?
Hi, Sharon.
Hi, Sharon. Hi, Connie. You know, I was thinking while everybody was talking, I must have a sign on my head or something.
My name is
Because when I was in the bus,
in Santa Monica. Let's fucking see the Super Bowl.
is this one of those Bethel lights? Oh, God.
They're drunk.
Anyway, I must have a sign on my head because when I was in my congregation on Long Island, there was this ministerial servant, and he decided to tell me that this is the first time I ever heard this, that he was going into Manhattan and he was seeing a dominatrix. I didn't even know what that was. Okay, I had no clue what that was. And when he told me what it was, I said to him, excuse me, I think you have to talk to the elders about this because I'm a girl and you shouldn't be telling me this stuff. That was the first I heard about that. Okay, so he did go to the brothers. And they
-2, according to
they are so rude.
Super Bowl MVP is in the zone.
They are so rude. They really are.
Keep going.
Okay.
Sick.
So he was privately
The conference has been locked.
about it. And I said to him, are you supposed to even tell me that? And he was like, well, I have nobody else to talk to. He was a ministerial servant. Why wasn't he talking to the other guys? Okay, and now, while I was just listening to what Rick said about, you know, that they're talking about sex and all this other stuff, what are they opening up in Rampapo?
Right.
A media center. Maybe they're going to be making movies because they're already into the soft porn. So maybe they're going to make movies about, you know, like Rahab with the harlot. Who knows what is on these idiots' minds? Seriously, think about it. They're going to be doing this. We don't know what they do behind closed. Well, we have an idea with the kids and whatnot. But what if they're going to do that?
Mm-hmm.
We have no idea.
Right. Right.
Why would you open a media center if Armageddon is around the corner?
Exactly.
Why would you do that? Why do you need money to open a media center?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're doing dramas at all these assemblies and whatnot, why do you need a media center unless you're branching out into something else? Why would they start talking about this? Connie, I have a very vivid imagination, so I could go on about this.
Oh,
but
yeah.
why would why would they do this all of a sudden?
Well, and you know what, honey? The thing is, that's an excellent point. In the Shepherd of the Flock book that the elders have, that nobody else is allowed to read, but it happens to be online for everybody to view. Now, if you're watching kiddie porn, that's not a disfellowshipping offense, right, Rich?
Yeah.
It's not.
Right. Maybe they're gonna recruit Caleb and Sophia into some of that and make some more cash on the side. Get on the dark web and do that. God only knows.
Right, honey. And the thing is that, kiddie porn, really? You're talking about some real sick stuff about sexually raping and abusing children.
Yeah.
So it's so common, apparently, in the organization. It's so prevalent that in this Shepherd the Flock book, the elders are told the person's not going to be disfellowshipped. I mean, we've had elders come on here that have said, I won't mention names, but there's an elder that came on. And he said, he says, there was an elder who was watching pornography, I guess when they came out of the meeting, and he happened to just be sitting there, and he was on his laptop, and this brother came by and walked by, and he said, this elder had pornography on his laptop. So it was like a body of elders. That's how I pictured it. There was a body of elders, and they were meeting, and nobody in the congregation was there. But these men, there is so much pornography that's out there today, whether they're JWs or not. There's so much addiction.
It's prevalent. But think about this, Connie. When they're coming to talk to like husband and wives about all this stuff, and they're taking notes. They're going home and they're sharing it with their wives. They are. And it's probably what's helping them.
Yep. And
think about that. And now you go to jail for watching child pornography. I mean, so they're going to break that law too.
Oh, yeah. Well, one of the first things, law enforcement will confiscate will be your phones and your laptops and your computers. Mm-hmm. And if anybody's involved in that, there's your evidence right there, or the dark web or anything. It's huge.
Right.
We saw the movie Freedom. What was it called, Rich?
The Sounds of Freedom.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, it's a little late here. Sound of Freedom, and it was like a multi-billion, like $100 billion industry around the world. And they just found like, help me with the stats, Rich. How many did they find in the Bay Area? They rescued all these kids that were out there in the San Francisco. Hundreds. Our church in California was part of the sting operation. And hundreds of kids were retrieved from the barges in the San Francisco Bay Area. And now they're trying to find a home for these children. And like I've said before, the foster care system, okay, your kids are not safe in the foster care system. They're part of the problem too with
CPS, yeah.
Yes, they are, big time. So people need to be aware of that, because those children are nothing but bait for these vultures.
It's just horrible. I mean, that organization is evil in my eyes. It is evil. What more would it be for them to just take that extra step? They already got a problem with the pedophilia. What's an extra step with the pornography and now with the media center?
Well,
you never know.
Exactly, honey. Johnny had mentioned many years ago that there was a group of elders that were involved in a sex ring. Okay, Johnny had mentioned that. Johnny the Bethelite had said that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the thing is, a lot of times JWs are very naive people. I mean, they're very nice people, but they're extremely naive to the world. And when you get out, you realize, wow, they were like living in a bubble. And so I know some of the things that we're saying tonight might be very difficult for them to understand, but we really are speaking the truth, because they're in a bubble. They don't really believe what we're saying is true unless they've had something like this come very, very close to their own personal home, their own personal life.
Yeah. And I totally agree with that. And, personally, I think the JWs need a trauma to help them wake up.
Yeah.
Because if they don't get traumatized by something, they're going to stay brainwashed. That's the way I see it.
Well, and the thing is, honey, the thing is that when you have children that are under the age of 18, and say, for example, the hormones are going nuts, I'm not justifying, I'm just explaining, okay?
Yeah.
That a lot of hormones go nuts and the kids end up fornicating and say they're baptized, okay? And, maybe their father was an elder, maybe their father wasn't an elder, but the point is, we've heard of stories where they're kicked out of the house. Okay, first of all, those parents should not even be deserving of being parents, because those kids get out on the street. They get out on the street. I've been a social worker and I've seen these kids on the streets of San Francisco. And it's not just San Francisco, it's anywhere else. But the point is, those kids are in survival mode to be able to live. They have no skills. They have no education. They have no home. They have no family support. And so they're out on the streets just trying to survive. You don't think any of these vultures don't come around looking for those kids or the files to get them into prostitution?
And with the mindset that God is going to kill them anyway, they'll let anything happen to themselves.
Right.
That's the tragedy of it. And these elders don't care.
The conference has been unlocked.
Right. And unfortunately, a lot of these children, like I've said a couple times on the show, 50,000 to 60,000 children go disappearing and they are murdered. Okay? They're murdered.
Yeah.
They just vanish. It's like, what happened to them? Nobody knows. Well, these predators are looking for these kids because they know there are a bunch of vultures looking for these children as bait. I can't explain it any other way because that's exactly what it is. And Watchtower has its part in throwing these kids out on the street before they're 18. I'm not saying every family does, but we've heard of the stories where they do. They have done this.
Yeah. I'm going to let somebody else talk now. Night, guys.
Okay, honey.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you said it's absolutely correct. I told this story once before. There was an elder. His name was McGee. They called him Pioneer McGee. And he was actively telling parents, hey, you have children. They don't want to, quote unquote, serve Jehovah. Kick them out. Kick them out. And people started following that advice. So when they got to be 18, they decided they didn't want to be a witness. They were kicking them out. And a lot of them, of course, turned 18 before they would have graduated from high school. So a lot of them, because of being kicked out, didn't graduate high school. So they go into survival mode like you just said. So that's wicked. And there's something else that you just mentioned that always stuck with me. In this organization, if a person is disciplined or they're kicked out, I don't recall elders ever looking for people, encouraging people to return, seeing if they could help in some kind of way. And yet, when you read that illustration in the Bible with Jesus, where he talks about the Good Shepherd, and the Good Shepherd leaves the 99, and he goes and he looks for the one that is strayed away. And then Watchtower is the exact opposite. A person strays away, their attitude is the heck with them. We're not looking for you. We're just going to focus on the 99 that we have. They'll let you know that they don't follow Scripture at all.
Brother, you bring up a lot of really good points. And I just like to use myself for an example. I got this fellowship. I lost my wife, my kids, the house, everything. But I was living right in Lowell, maybe 2 miles from the Kingdom Hall. They knew where I lived. Nobody ever came to visit me, to encourage me to go back to Jehovah, which really means go back to the governing body. But anyway, so that's a really, really good point that you bring up. They do not follow, like the prodigal son. They don't do that. They don't do that because they don't care. And another thing, I just want to comment on something else you brought up. When you're forced to do something, like if you don't go to the Kingdom Hall, we're going to throw you out of the house, to an 18-year-old kid or a 19-year-old kid, that's traumatic. You are going to the Kingdom Hall because if you don't, you're going to be out on the street. You've got no skills, no money, no job, so you have to go to the Kingdom Hall. Same thing with this liaison committee. You've got a 9-year-old child that needs a blood transfusion. They get down to the hospital and they almost twist your arm. So you're saying, okay, no blood. You're saying no blood because your arm's getting twisted. You're not trying to obey Jehovah, and do something that you read out of the book of Leviticus or something. You're not doing that. You're doing it because those elders of that liaison committee is twisting your arm. You're not supposedly obeying Jehovah's laws because you want to. You're obeying those laws because your arm is getting twisted. And if you don't allow that child to die, then you will be disfellowshipped. So it's a rotten way to go. You're coerced into everything. I mean, it's really bad. I can remember people calling me up, Boogie, we're going to be building the Kingdom, a new built, quick built Kingdom Hall, 20 miles away. You're going to be there? So I got to work. I work on Saturdays. Why are you working on Saturdays? Well, it's time and a half. Oh, listen, you got to put Kingdom first. Well, you want to pay my mortgage? You want to pay my utility? I got 2 kids here. That's the way they are. Well, I thank you for your comments.
Yeah, that was always my comment when somebody would say that to me. I said, the last time I checked, I've never seen Jehovah pay one bill. Not one. I said, it seems to me every time that money is needed, I've never seen Watchtower that everybody sit down and say, let's all pray and ask Jehovah to, give us the money that we need. No, they come to you and ask you for money. So why is it that you want to tell me not to work to take care of my family? I have to take care of my family. Watchtower's not taking care of me, and Jehovah's not taking care of me. If they were, they would never need to ask anybody for money. This whole thing is so nonsensical. It drives me up the wall.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
That's exactly what you just said, or whoever it said. They live in La La Land. This whole concept of spiritual paradise. They tell everybody to live in spiritual paradise and dream about the house that you're going to have, running with the pandas and swimming with the dolphins. All the while, they're constantly asking you for money, and they're building multi-million dollar properties that they live in.
That's right.
And we all fell for it at some point. And it's just a joke. Yeah. It is really a joke. And it's better that they don't come knocking on the door to check on us, because I don't think that went in too well.
Yeah. It takes a while to see that hypocrisy. It really does. It does. I was going to say, what's interesting is I've always had a heart for people. I just love people, and I always want to try to help people the best way I can. And what's interesting is, when you see or hear the situation of the kids that are, maybe they're, like you say, 18 years of age, they don't want to be a witness anymore. They're sick and tired of it. It was shoved down their throat. I hope some of you are listening in right now. And yet they have no choice. They have to stay in the house and follow all the rules because they're underage. And then, they got to get some education, get some skills and some money, and have a plan to be able to move out and have their own life and not be a JW if that's what they choose. Well, the point I wanted to make from a social worker point of view is there's an I'm from originally San Francisco Bay Area, California. And, there's an organization that's called Mercy Multiplied. I think it is one of the most beautiful organizations that are out there. There are about, 5-6 different locations in the United States. And Nancy Alcorn, Alcorn, like Nancy, Alcorn is her name, Alcorn. She's the executive director of it. And it's for women. You have young women who were human trafficked. You have young women that come through that were, prostitutes, drug addicts, alcoholics, pregnancy. You have all these broken people, but you know what? We're all broken, right? from one form or the other. And these young girls have absolutely nowhere in life to go. You know, sometimes I've always thought, man, I wonder how many of them might have possibly been JWs, right? You just never know. Anyway, so they've come across Nancy Alcorn's program. There's one in Rockland, excuse me, I said that wrong, in Lincoln, California, which was not far from where I had lived. And
Hi, honey. My girl.
Are you turning it off?
Well, let's see what's going on here.
It's not 12 o'clock yet.
No,
It'll be in a little bit.
Yeah, I know this is on. I kind of
Connie
fell asleep.
just said she likes Joyce Meyer.
I kind of fell asleep a little bit here. Let's see what's going on.
Connie was just on the phone. She just says how much she likes Joyce Myers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she can say that all she wants. She's a nut. All right, honey.
Welcome into the live Six Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. Please enter your PIN followed by the... Thank you. There are 15 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
for Medi-Cal, we call it Medi-Cal in California. So Watchtower doesn't want to do anything to even help its own people. Just add more pressure onto the system for the taxpayers to support. Food stamps comes from the federal government. A GR is a grant that's for the homeless. That comes from your local county. That's a homeless person. But for food stamps, you and I that are working, who's listening here, That comes from the taxpayer taxes. So Watchtower had no problem having all those Bethelites and any other witness go to their, I'm getting a little tired, go to their, welfare office to get food stamps and to get financial support. Okay. And it's $1 billion business. Billion. Okay. So what's wrong with that picture? What, a lot of things.
This is the kind of stuff like when Mr. Ferrin was talking today about them being at the Super Bowl. I would love to have known that ahead of time, and maybe we could have sponsored somebody to go out there and counter what they are saying and have billboards that say they do nothing charitable. Because I don't think, people are just buying the rhetoric that they're talking about. They don't see the other side. That's where we come in. So if they're going to continue to do that, I definitely propose that if we can find out ahead of time, they're planning on being at the Masters or the Super Bowl or whatever, that we be there too with some of Rick's posters and all the rest, so they can see the real side of what. Nothing but a money grubbing bunch of criminals.
I think that's a great idea. I wish we could assemble some brothers, to do that. I just want to add to what Connie was.
It wouldn't take long. It's not going to take long to do it. We would only have to be there as people are going into the stadium and when people are coming out. We don't have to stand there for 12 hours to do this. The witnesses can stand there 12 hours, with a sign. We only have to do it when they're coming in and when they're going out.
Yeah, absolutely. I made a prediction on screens a couple of years ago, and just bring it out. The Watchtower is dwindling with their numbers, with their financial support, even though they're still filthy rich. This meteor center in upstate New York, I'll bet you anything that once the numbers go down as far as membership goes into the Watchtower organization, I will bet you anything they sell that media center to something like Disneyland or Disney World, one of those big things, and I'll bet it becomes one of the biggest porn centers in the whole world. I can almost guarantee you that's the way it's going to go. Also that brother that said to me, once you ought to go to the Kingdom Hall, build that new Kingdom Hall. I'll build a quick build. I said, well, I got to work. Well, time and a half on Saturday was, just made me break even with my responsibilities, my financial responsibilities. And kind of looked at me like, oh, come on. And then I started to think about it. That guy's living in subsidized apartments, getting food stamps, getting all the freebies from the government. I'm not getting any of that stuff. And no kids is right. No kids. And I always tell her, you really should get out there. You really do you good to be some of the other brothers. I know you're not afraid of hard work. I have to go to my job and get my time and a half. That's the only way I'm going to meet my obligations.
That organization, everyone's judging everybody else, which is so unfortunate. But like Rick said, he was one of the few brothers in his congregation who was a homeowner. Well, you have a mortgage. And then when his brother-in-law and sister-in-law screwed him over $40,000, then he had a second mortgage to deal with, which was a lot more expensive than his first mortgage. He has a wife and 2 young boys, and, he's busting his fanny to make it. And the brothers, let's face it, the majority of them didn't have kids. I mean, there were a few couples that did, but not the majority. And they're putting him down for also trying to go to college at one point because he was on the GI Bill and was paid to be able to go to college. I mean, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't in this organization.
It is such an insane organization. I remember as a kid coming up, I graduated high school. The sister got me my very first job. That was my second job. That was my first full-time job. I worked there. I realized that this was a dead-end job, going nowhere, didn't pay anything. And I quit the job and took the training to a university, signed up, and started school that next semester. When word got out, which was not for me, But when word got out, this elder calls me to the side, and I couldn't stand this elder. You know, I couldn't stand him and his partner. And then he pulls me to the side and says, "Oh, I hear that you are going to college." I said, "Well, who told you that?" I said, "'Cause that's my business. Who told you my business?" Well, that doesn't matter. I said, "No, it matters to me." I said, "Who did?" But that's not the point. The point is it true? Are you going to college? And I said, "Why?" And he said, "I'm asking you, are you going to college?" So what? It doesn't matter what I'm doing to you. You don't take care of me, take care of my life. So that conversation didn't go well. He wasn't expecting my responses. So anyway, he finds out that I did. So he says to me on another occasion, "You'll never be used by Jehovah because you went against the organization." What time I walked away. But in his word, I was never appointed. Everybody else that was trying to get appointed got appointed, never me. And I knew that was the reason behind it.
Yeah, that's a familiar story. I have a story that kind of parallels that. But yeah, I know what you're saying. I had an elder. I used to put my books in a brown paper bag. I'd wrap it up and I'd walk down. But I had a bunch of elders lived in the same apartment complex. And I always did that. So if, they wouldn't see that I was carrying. So this time I skipped the bag. I couldn't find a bag. And I go heading down the stairs. And sure enough, brother called elder, "Brother Borgie, where you going?" They think they have the right to ask, and you deserve to give them an answer. Well, you're supposed to give them an answer because they're taking the lead. They're elders. I said, "Well, I'm going to school." Yeah, I said, I'm going to school." "What school?" I said, "Well, Newbury." It was a new college at the time. And he said, "Really?" He said, why are you doing that this late in the system?" I said, "Well, 75 came and went, and there was no Armageddon." And he said, "Look, brother so-and-so has a carpet sharing pooling business. Why don't you go? He's looking for a big guy like you." I said, "Well, I already talked to him." Or he talked to me, and I get more money going to college on the GI Bill, and it pays the rent. He says, "Well," you're frustrated. He says, "Well, you got to be in class with a bunch of worldly guys." Well, I don't know. I don't know them from a hole in the wall. They just classmates, but I don't know them. I'm not going to compromise my faith because here's a bunch of guys that might be Catholic or something. Anyway, they didn't like it. They don't like you to go to college. They really, really don't. And that's from the society, because in college you start to learn, how to think, and critical thinking. They don't want you. They just want you to say, "Yowzum, I'll do whatever you tell me to do."
Yeah, and don't forget, Schroeder, who was a governing body member, he allowed his son to go to college. And if I'm not mistaken, he was the one that went to law school on Watchtower's dime. So it was okay for him to allow his son to go to college, but not.
Oh, sure. It's right when they do it and wrong when you do it.
Well, yeah. I got to tell you another quick story. Most times the audience knows this. But I bought a brand new car in 1985. It was a Pontiac Trans Am. It was a nice little flashy car. And boy, did I get, the looks about that. It wasn't a four-door car or anything like that. Then to find out Jeffrey Jackson is driving a $500,000 Bentley. And also for his second car, he's got a Dodge Demon with over 800 horse. They look at you. They study everything you do. They study all kind of crazy stuff. I had an elder one time comment on a watch that I was wearing that I bought in the Caribbean. It was a knockoff Rolex watch, but he didn't recognize it as a Rolex watch. And boy, did I hear about wearing a Rolex watch. I said, it's a $70 knockoff. It just looks like a Rolex watch. But they see these things. They see these things and they comment on it. And they have files on you like you wouldn't believe. Okay, I'm running. Yeah, go ahead. Star 6 if anybody else wants to hop on. Anybody?
Hey there, guys.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, how you guys doing? It's Dan. Great show tonight.
Great, Dan.
Angela said to the show tonight. I don't know what that noise is.
Hold on.
Someone else has to mute themselves.
Are you there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so anyway, great show tonight. Angela said great show. So many great points you guys brought out. You know, I'm so glad you guys brought this show up because, you know, so shame kills. You know, and most of us have been in that shame. And another thing that it does is it breaks you. When you face an elder, say you go to him, like you guys said, for masturbation or something, and that elder looks at you and says, you're broken. You know, I'm going to take away your privileges. There's obviously, you literally think there is something wrong with you. You know, that's the beginning of mental illness. You know, when you're set against yourself like that, you know, you got something that's awakening in you. I was watching, me and Angela were watching a special. It was a podcast, and it was Dr. Gilbert with the Vesica Institute. And he talked about this strange subject. This guy asked him a very strange question. And the question was this. He said something about old man leaky sex syndrome or something like this. And I thought, what the hell? And I didn't think the guy was going to answer it. And the guy goes, oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's common in many, many religions where there's total abstinence from any type of sexuality. And he says it comes out later in life because he said it's a part of us that has to emerge, has to raise its head, and then has to be sorted out. And he said because it wasn't sorted out, because it wasn't allowed to raise its head and make itself known and adjust itself out, alchemize itself, sort itself out, then it never got orchestrated. It never got handled. And so he was saying that's what creates the perverts. You know what I mean? And the sexual stuff that's even demonic, because Watchtower associates all our sex with demonic activity. You know, you're sort of possessed. So he said it was causing the ritual sacrifices. He went on. And I went, wow. And then I saw a video, and you guys can look this up online. Go to YouTube and look under Dalai Lama and Gaga and take a look at the freak that he's turned into. What were you saying, Angela? Lady Gaga. And what's happening is she's sitting next to him. She wants to see the Dalai Lama. And all he keeps doing is poking his finger in the hole on her pants, on her leg. And she's looking around like, is this like a comedian joke? Is this like, you know, what is going on here? He's smelling her. He's doing all this freaky shit. Because Watchtower turns normal people into freaks. And when those young kids grow up, they think they're a freak because this older man, this freaky older man that's done the same shit as you know what I mean, looks at the young boy and acts like that never happens. That boy thinks he's a freak. So for years, he has to live in shame. He has to live in compartmentalization. He has to break himself off from himself. It never gets to merge. So it begins to take forms like that guy said. Oh, me and my wife want to do a threesome in Vegas. Oh, we want to do this. It takes strange forms. Children. That's why there's pedophilia in there. They're not just men coming in as pedophilia. It's cultivating them. It's growing them in there because of stuff that needs to come up, needs to develop, needs to sort itself out. But nobody talks about it. They've made it satanic. They made it unclean. They've made it so bad. And so you're a freak. And so you're growing up as a freak. You think you're a freak. And you know, it's so sad because some of these kids don't grow up. They can't handle the fact that they're a freak. You know, like we've heard some people, what's the witnesses say if your eye's making you stumble? Rip it out. You know what I mean? I mean, they've got these graphic, weird stuff that they should not be in. But this is what, like you said, Dick, don't go to men. Men are not your mediators. Men, don't go to men. That's idolatry. Stay away from men playing God. That's Watchtower. Men playing God. They are not God. And they don't need to be in the bedroom. And they don't need to be in your blood. They don't need to be in your hospital business. They don't need to be in any of this. They hurt people. Men that aren't guided by the Holy Spirit hurt people. And that's what's happened. And I'm so glad you guys have talked about this tonight. There was so many good comments. We had to tune in late. We were with my daughter. She's having her going away party. She's going to Canada and she's getting married. But I heard so many good comments. I think who was the first one? Who was the first lady that was on there? She was talking about it. Yeah, she was saying how you get older and you can't get in certain positions, and so you have to do things a different way. I heard another lady friend of mine that said she couldn't get dirty. She couldn't have the germs from her husband, which had an orgasm, because she would get very sick. She was highly sensitive. So that would lead to what? Abstinence, or maybe doing it another way. But these are things that are practical. These are things that should just be talked about, and they wouldn't be a big thing. Just think about it, guys. Man, I've had to live in 40 years of shame. I had to go through adolescence, compartmentalization, thinking I was crazy because some crazy old fools, and they are fools, they should not be in your bedroom. Do not listen to these fools, because they will destroy you. Do not put your trust in nobles nor the sons of earthling men, whom no salvation belongs. And so that's the lesson hopefully we learned from growing up in this organization, that never, ever, ever, ever again will we put our trust in earthling men and let them guide us, let them mediate with us, let them know all about our wives and how they like their sex. We don't do that. That is unclean in itself. That is pornea. Years ago, they'd call that phone sex, but it's even better. It's face-to-face. Bring the lady in and let's harass her all night. This is what Watchtower is. It's a bunch of freaks. And for some reason, and I think I have to agree with Rick. Rick was saying tonight that there's something very covert about this shit. And I think the covertness that's going on is slavery. Guilt and shame create a good slave. And I just read about it the other day. I wish I would have remembered where it was at. But it said guilt and shame makes you keep going back to the pedestal, keep going back to the podium, keep going back. Can I be saved? Can somebody help? Yeah, just keep coming back. And it's really none of your business. But I thought that was interesting. The guy from the Vestica Institute that said, if this don't come about, sort of surface and be handled and sort itself out, then it's going to come out later. And that's why you have so many of these old men that are freaks, and where do they go? They're old, they're outdated, maybe they're bigger now. Where do they go? They go to the porn shops, they go to the weird places. It never got a chance to sort itself out. So anyway, thank you guys for doing the show. Thank you for having the courage to do the show and doing it in such a tasteful manner, in a really good manner. I think the Holy Spirit was here. I think everybody was governed and appropriate. And there was just an overshadowing over the show that kept everything in beautiful, wonderful order. So I just want to say good job, guys. Thanks for the show.
Thank you, Dan. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good job, Dan.
Putting all the banners out and advertising the show. Kudos to you, Dan.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Good job, Dan. Good job. Love it, Dan.
Thank you.
You're great.
Thank you. My mind is blank.
Mark. It's Mark.
Mark. Yeah. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Always
I hope
great
you
to
didn't forget. Don't forget me. Yep, you did totally awesome, Dan.
I
Good
won't.
job, man.
I won't.
Totally awesome. And congratulations. And I love your speeches. They are the best of the best. Good job, buddy.
Thank you, Mark.
You're great. You're very welcome. Best of the best. Go ahead, brother. The very best. Yep. Dan's the man. Yep.
You had a comment.
I'm sorry?
Mark, you had a comment?
Well, yeah. Who's this, by the way? Is it okay if I ask?
This is Dick Borgie.
Oh, Dick. Okay, I remember you. Yeah, Dick Borgie. How you doing, sir? Hope you're doing very well in every good and positive way. Dick. Well, overall, just to let you know, I'm still a very strong supporter of Six Screens and all of you involved with Six Screens, including Rick Farron, of course, our number one guy. and you and Dan Clark and his wife and everyone else. Because hey, with 6 screens, I don't know if I'd be able to survive, because you guys have been very helpful, very supportive, and you give me a lot of really good, I'd say totally, the very best support, compared to anything really. And I appreciate your guys' good support and help, and assistance, and even good education, and that you, give about the Watchtower and the Jehovah's Witnesses and the governing body. You guys have done a really hell of a good job, no doubt about it. So thank you so much, and God bless you for really, keeping me, yeah, how should I say, inspired. Very inspired, and we're still very motivated, because without you, my motivation would have been long gone by now. So thank you for all your very kind and generous, helpful support always.
Thank you, Mark. We appreciate you coming on tonight.
No problem.
Yeah, part of our purpose in having this show, I know it's delicate and a lot of people don't like to discuss it, but it's really to educate the audience. Sometimes when people leave the organization, they get wild and crazy about stuff, especially when it comes to sex, because they have been so restrained for so many years, and then it's like, freedom, I can do anything and everything I want to do. We're not encouraging people to do that. We are not. We want to educate people so people can make wise choices for themselves, married, single, whatever the case might be. But, my look in life is I want people to have a wonderful, healthy life, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. I want people to really just enjoy their lives and make the most of it. I mean, your life, everyone, is such a gift. Every day that we are alive is absolutely a gift. If you've ever spent any time, not you, Mark, but just to the audience, if anyone has ever spent any time with a loved one in ICU, and I have spent countless days, weeks, months in ICU with loved ones, let me tell you something. Those monitors are going to keep that person alive, the heart monitor, the oxygen, everything. Doctors, nurses coming in all throughout the hours, day and night. And your loved one is just hanging on by a shoestring, okay? In ICU, it's critical care, it's life and death. And you sit there and you think to yourself, oh my God, I can get up the next morning, I can go to the gym, I can take a walk, I can go out and have a nice lunch with the girlfriend, I can go to the beach, I can do whatever, I can drive my car, the sun's shining, whatever. Life is really, really great. Every single day is an absolute gift from our Creator. And I think people need to really realize that, because let me tell you, when you are on your deathbed, it's too late. Your days are numbered, the minutes, hours of
that's it.
And I just want people to really realize that, Rich and I come on here because, and Anne Marie and Rick and Dan and Angela and different ones, Stephen, we love Stephen, we love Joe, we love everybody. But we want people to really, we love people, we want them to have the best life and to really wake up. Just wake up about what this organization is. Don't be wasting your life with believing an organization that's lying and corrupt. You cannot get yesterday back. You can't. And look at Joe. We love Joe, right? Joe did a great job coming on tonight.
I agree with you.
The organization, 49, 1 year short of Rick's. And he was an elder for almost 14 years. Let me tell you, he told us privately, he said, this topic about Watchtower and the bedroom laws, he said, I could talk, remember that, Rich? He said, I could talk for 5 hours just on the experience I've had with different ones in the congregation as an elder and what different ones went through. But, we want people to be happy. Just be happy in life. Don't waste your time. You can't get it back. And don't have any regrets like, oh my God, I wish I would have left the organization a long time ago, So we're here to try to help people to wake up, and we do it out of love. and to educate people. So thank you.
Yes, yeah, that's good. That's real good. I like that.
But I share a
It's
point.
very educational.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Yeah, Dan?
Yeah, I just wanted to share one more point. Let me get it back to my head here. I was going to say this. I just want to say this. If anybody out there is needing to go on your prodigal journey, that you've left Watchtower, it is not the end of the world either. And I went on mine after I got out. I was a late bloomer. I was a suppressed one. I went out and did all the stuff. I had escorts. I had weird girlfriends. I had all the stuff. And I came back. I circled back. So I just want to say, if you're in that realm where there's porn, different things you're working through, it will come to an end. And I want to say this, guys, it's just not in the Jehovah's Witnesses. It's in a lot of different religions. And I want to say one thing. Me and Angela were invited to a television show. It was called 3ABN, and it was back east. And the lady said, what are we going to talk about? And I said, I don't know. Let's talk about this. She said, let's let the Holy Spirit decide. So it ends up being a talk on sex and masturbation. And I'm like, okay, it was called Celebrating Your Life in Recovery with Your Repeaters. We were playing it. I started talking about escorts. The preachers run out, turned off the cameras. We can't record this. We can't do this. Okay, I won't talk about that then. So then they said, we're going to talk about blah, blah, blah. So we kept talking. Then I said, well, I went to a woman with this problem. And they turned off the cameras. They come around out. You can't go to a woman with this problem. You go to men. I said, well, the men are a bunch of fucking cowards. Excuse my language. But I said, you can't talk to them. They're lying pieces of shit. And they'll act like they haven't never done this thing ever before in their life. So anyway, we're having this crazy, crazy recording, a 1-hour television show that they turned off, turned on, turned off, turned on, turned on, turned on, because they wouldn't do what you guys are doing tonight. Have the courage to just talk about this stuff, right? And so I put it all out there. I put everything out there. I went to monks in a silent monastery and this, turn the cameras off. You don't go to monks in a silent, I just put it all out. Anyway, long story short, guys, I called them because we went up there. I canceled a trip to Hawaii and everything to go to this television show, and they weren't going to play it. And they said, we don't know what to do with it. And I said, what do you mean? I said, I didn't think it was that bad. And they said, well, they said, we're going to, kind of hack it up and cut it up. Then we'll, maybe we'll put it out. So months went by. Finally, it came out. They didn't do anything to it, but put a PG-13 on it. And it was the #1 watch show that they ever put out on 3ABN because somebody had the courage to say, can we please talk about this stuff? Can we bring this? Well, we were called perverts. We were called freaks. We were called all this stuff because nobody will talk about it. And you guys did tonight. And it was harmless. And it was wonderful. And it was beautiful. And hopefully it removed some of the shame, because I think people still out there, and that's why I wanted to say that last piece about the prodigal son. Maybe some of us have to go catch up. It's not the end of your world. God is love. And sometimes the cork just pops off, like you said, Constance, and we go back into it a little bit in the world, whatever you want to call it, and we live out some of that stuff. It's not the end of us. God knows what we're made of. God says, I knitted you together in the womb. I know every hair on your head.
Right.
So he won't leave us, and it will come to an end. I'm a living testimony, and I have found the love of my life, and she loved me despite that. In fact, they said to her on that show, why are you with such a man? How could you be a man that just said he was with prostitutes and escort, and how could you be with him? And she says, my dad is an overcomer.
Right.
That's what I love him.
Right. Isn't that beautiful? She saw you in a different perspective, Dan.
Yeah. And the lady was totally freaking out. Like, she's just like, Angela, like, what do you think about this guy? Did you notice about him? Just kind of, and she said, yeah. And I love her very much. And that's what healed me, that she could see me beyond my brokenness. And I could see Angela beyond her brokenness. Everyone's like, he has problems, so Dan has problems. But the two of us continued to love each other despite ourselves, and we became whole. And that's what love can do. And that is God's love for all of us. He's not looking at our sins. If he was just looking at our sins, he would have wiped David's ass right off the face of the earth. Fornication, adultery, premeditated. He wasn't looking at it. He was looking at the heart.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know,
That's
Dan, it's
a
really
story, Dan. Y'all have, and Connie and Rich, y'all got a beautiful love story too. I'm jealous now. You know, I'm single. I'm ready to, you know, mix and mingle.
Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. I just wanted to say something, love. Give me a minute, Debbie. I was just going to say, you know, everyone knows Rich's story, right? Okay. And some people, I mean, you don't have to say it. I know what you're going to say. How could you be with somebody like Rich Borghi after everything he did, right? Okay. Well, I'll tell you, I'm 68. I'm not a kid. All right. I've lived my life. I was a JW for 12 years. Yeah, I've accomplished a lot in my life. I'm very proud of my life. I really am, the goals that I have set. But the point I want to say is, you know, we're all broken. I don't care who you are. Everybody commits sin. Everybody. Doesn't matter what kind of sin. Sin is sin in God's eyes. And it comes down to this. You either believe what God says about how Jesus came, you know, for all of us sinners. And his blood is very precious, and it wipes all those sins away as white as snow. God doesn't remember your sins from the east to the west if you repent of your sins. I know there are people on here that don't believe in God anymore, and that's very unfortunate. I was one of them many years ago when I left Watchtower. Fortunately, I've been able to heal my heart and my wounds from Watchtower, and I am a believer now. But my point is this, is that you either believe it if you're a Christian, that God has forgiven each and every one of us who repent of our sins. Okay? So I don't have a problem marrying a man like Rich Borghi. I've waited my whole life. I'm 68. I have waited my whole life for a man of his character. And that is no joke. In our marriage vows, I had an opportunity to say what I wanted to say. And I said, and we didn't know it. We didn't know what that was going to happen. But I said, you know, Rich, I'm 68. I have never been married. And I said, I have waited my whole life for you. And I have. And he is a very, very beautiful man. He's a new creation. So is Dan. So is Angela. So is everybody else on here. You know, Watchtower just has that tremendous grip like an octopus wrapped around your throat and your mind that, oh my God, Jehovah's going to destroy me. Oh my God. Like I said the other week, a lot of people who believe in religion, okay, religion, are in psychiatric wards because of what the religion has taught with regards to, you know, their theologies. Oh, Jehovah's going to destroy me. Jehovah's going to destroy me. Okay. But when you're free and you're out of that emotional torture and that bondage, and you really know who God is and his love for us, you're not scared about Armageddon. You leave this organization, the shackles are off your mind, they're off your whole entire being, and you are free. Because Jesus said, those who are burdened and laden with a lot of heavy burdens, come to me because my yoke is light. I remember thinking, how in the heck is it light when you're a JW and have all these expectations? Anyway, the point I want to make is I am married to a very beautiful man, and we are very blessed to have each other. It can happen to you, Debbie. It can happen to anybody else. But that's the beauty of love and God's mercy and grace in each of our lives. So I
want to see the wedding picture. Put the wedding picture on your page next time. I had one thing I wanted to add, because this has been like the Valentine's show from Loveline. It's been really great.
That's right. Valentine's is this week.
Great
Yes.
show.
The one thing that I noticed in recent years is I had two sisters come to me that were adult women with grown children, and they were asking me, I guess it was when I had scrubs and I was doing care, because they trusted me with their personal questions.
Yeah.
And they both said how painful sex was, and here I was celibate doing care, but I'm not young anymore either. And I said, well, the grocery store has lube, the drugstore has lube. They looked at me like they never heard of such a thing, and they had 2 grown children, each of them together. You know, 2 couples with each lady having grown children with a husband. So
yeah.
the sisters are very, very ignorant.
Oh, yeah, they're very ignorant. They're very
And it
naive.
pained me because the library, the bookstore, YouTube, radio shows, the Baptist bookstore down the road, all have accurate information for married ladies.
Yeah.
We need Dr. Ruth Westheimer. Y'all remember her?
She was wonderful. I'm taller than Dr. Ruth, but they were coming to me, and I just want to say to our viewers, maybe our viewers haven't talked about sex honestly, and this is the first time hearing Connie and Rich on their show. And just know that it has to be safe, sane, and consensual. We were not told that either. And I wish everybody a wonderful evening and a fun Super Bowl tomorrow. And
Thank you.
Just have fun.
Can I make one last comment, Connie?
Yeah, honey, go ahead, Debbie.
With what you were talking about being in the present and living your life, I love a good quote. I was talking to Sharon last night, and she had some good quotes too. But this is one I remembered, and this is about being in the present. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. Today is a gift, and that's why we call it the present.
That's right. I've heard that. That's beautiful, Debbie.
Yeah, I love that saying.
It's very beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, there are people,
something real quick?
There are people that would love to be, say they became a quadriplegic, they would love anything but to be able to walk, and they're paralyzed from the neck down. Okay, just the fact that you can get up and walk around, do your ADLs, your activities of daily living, take a shower, fix your breakfast, lunch, dinner, get in the car, drive. Do not ever take that for granted, because when you can't do any of that, that's all you want to do. Life is Go ahead, please.
Hi, how you doing?
I just wanted to. Can I say something real quick? I've just got a customer. If I could, this is Brad from Australia. I'm on a different time zone, but I just wanted to add something to what Pixie said, and that's from a male perspective. If you're sleeping with your wife and she's in pain, you're not doing it right. So the men are just as uneducated as the women when it comes to that sort of thing. And both parties should be enjoying that time, not just one. It's not just for one person. It's just not just for the male. It's not just for the female. It's for both of you. And if your wife is not enjoying it, you're not doing it correctly, and you need to change what you're doing. So even if they're horribly uneducated, you should get educated as well. You need to get educated with lube if you don't know about it, with anything. And that's all I wanted to say. Have a great night. Oh, and happy birthday, Debbie.
Thank you, Brad.
Happy birthday, Debbie. Put it on your Facebook page today, honey. Yeah, thank you. That's a great comment, brother, because especially in that organization, you know, we women knew how we were treated second class, and all it, you know, it was so unfortunate. It was very demeaning. That's a very nice comment.
Yeah, I'd like to add to your comment a bit, if I could. You know, some men are very, very selfish. They have sex with their wives, they get off, and that's all they care about. They don't care about pleasing the wife. There has to be some long conversations as to what she likes, what position she likes, you know, with the foreplay that she likes. And, you know, another thing, guys, you should really keep this in mind. You come home from work and the house isn't as clean as you'd like, or this isn't done, and you spend, you know, a half hour just blasting her for what she didn't do, and then you expect her to jump into bed with you and be romantic. Well, that's ridiculous. You know, you've got to be kind. You have to be considerate. And you have to have, I mean, after all, you're married. You have to have some sex talks about what you like and what she likes, and how, as you allude to, how you both can accomplish having an orgasm pretty much at the same time. That conversation has to happen. And if you're not pleasing her or she's not pleasing you, you've got to talk to some kind of a sex therapist or read some books. Do something so that'll work. It's horrible to have one person satisfied and the other person frustrated and upset and angry. And that's probably going to lead to a divorce down the road.
Yes, agreed.
Thank you. Do you want to comment? Love to hear from you.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, go ahead. No, Connie just left, but she'll be right back. How can I help you? Oh, what's your comment?
This is Connie's friend, Michelle. I just want to say that what Connie said really hit home with me. I mean, I know I've heard this before. It's not like the first time I'm hearing it, but what she said, like, you cannot get that time back. And I just think about all the years I wasted, like, you know, what could have been, whatever, that I wasted in Watchtower. And I just read this thing on YouTube. It says, if you are struggling today, remember this: you have survived everything you've gone through up to this point. The best day of your life is still yet to come. There are still people you haven't met and things you haven't experienced. You can do this. So basically, I'm just going to have faith and hope that it's going to get better from here on out because of all the good experiences that I'm hearing on here. And I just want to say I really love this show. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that comment. And I just would note that if you have a positive disposition, even though things are tough, that's a really, really big help in being happy and, you know, guiding your life, in a very good way. Star Six, if you'd like to comment.
Rich,
Yes.
what you just said is really good. We do have it every day when we get up. We can make the choice either to be happy or to be sad. And it's hard. A lot of the time it's real hard to just say, I'm going to have a great day. Because sometimes we're thinking, oh, it's so gloomy outside. I don't want to get up. I don't want to get dressed. And sometimes it's really hard for me because I have to transfer from my bed to a wheelchair and do everything from that angle. And it's hard. But I just decided one day, you know what? I've had enough problems. I've been sad long enough. I've been depressed. I mean, I'm not saying I don't ever get down because I do, but just I make myself get right back up. But if you say you're not going to have a good day, that things are going to be bad, you're not going to be disappointed. Because if you go in your day with that attitude, you're going to have a bad day, guaranteed. So if we do have a positive mental attitude, and I have, since I've been away from the witnesses and just really the last 5 years been on my own completely with no other responsibilities but me, I might have got stuck in a wheelchair, but I've grown exponentially mentally and emotionally and spiritually. It's tough, but hey, I'm a survivor, and when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And if anybody says, they'll race me, I just make it clear, honey, I got 4 wheels. You only got 2 legs.
Well, I thank you for that comment. And allow me to ask, is there any opportunity that you might be able to get out of that wheelchair? Is that a permanent thing?
No, not really. I wish there was, but no.
Okay.
I'll try. I tried. But, it's okay, That's my life. That's what my daughter keeps saying, Mom, that's your life. You got to just deal with it and be happy. Of course, she stays depressed most of the time. I try to just encourage her. I just, it is what it is. Not much I can do about it.
Well, Debbie, thank you for calling in, and God bless.
God bless you, too. I'm so happy for y'all. I really am. Y'all sound like a wonderful couple, and y'all seem like you're so in love and so in tune with each other. I don't think I've ever had that I've been married, and divorced with my first husband, and I really loved him tremendously, but he wouldn't stop seeing his girlfriend. So after we've been married 8 years, it's like, okay, 8 years and 2 kids, and then that was it. And then I married another brother, and I came home from work one day in time to see him hit my daughter across the head with a baseball bat. So that marriage last 3 full years because he was out on his butt that night. No, that was it. And then I found out he had been embezzling money for my company. I could have went to prison, and he was a ministerial servant and a pioneer. So yeah, you can't. And then 20 years later, I found love again, and then he died. So.
Well, we're sorry to hear that, and thank you for the nice words. Me, Connie, are definitely very, very deep in love. I just can't tell you. We're together almost 24/7. There's never a
that
dust
is
up.
wonderful.
We just love all the time.
Everybody had that. That's beautiful.
I wish they would. I'll tell you something. We've got 3 big screen TVs. We haven't even hooked them up yet. We just sit and talk all day long, and we talk about the show. We talk about God. We just love this life. We're so happy, and I give kudos to Rick because if it wasn't for 6 screens, we would have never met. So I'm just so.
That's how Rick and Sue met too.
Rick and Sue. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I don't think they'd mind me telling you that next month they'll be married 10 years.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hey, can I say something?
Please do.
This is Stephen. You guys are giving. I think we just came up with a great idea for a possible future show, and it's talking about relationships. Because one of the things I was just thinking about when I heard Miss Debbie speaking and you guys speaking, I was born in. My parents became witnesses when I was 3 years of age. I can't honestly say that I remember Watchtower ever teaching us about how to learn about ourselves. All they wanted you to do is listen to these little, minions for them. Nothing about how you develop yourself. Who are you? Who are you? Not just trying to be what we want you to be before you. I never remember any kind of talks, literature, conversations about compatibility when you start talking about marriage. I remember distinctly Watchtower pushing the narrative that you marry your pioneer partner. And I'm sure that people went out and did that, and they were just as miserable can be because they had no idea how to even approach a relationship and how to process that. Because for one, you don't even know yourself. And I feel like I could go out on a limb and say you probably learn more about yourself, who you are, and what you bring to the table.
Fucking do the Super Bowl preview.
This is no good.
But first, you got to donate. Just kidding. Super Bowl 58 features the defending Super Bowl champion, Kansas City Chiefs, and the San Francisco 49ers. No matter which team wins, it won't be surprising. The 49ers -2, according to Sportsline's consensus odds, reflects that. The reigning Super Bowl MVP is in the zone. Kind of like me when I've been smoking meth and edging for 72 straight hours. Put quotes around straight because there's nothing straight about my meth, if you know what I mean. He hasn't thrown an interception in 6 consecutive postseason starts, the longest streak by a quarterback in playoff history, when having thrown a minimum of 20 passes in each playoff game. The end result of
I hope that's into that.
28-year-old Mahomes is set to become the first quarterback ever to start his 4th Super Bowl before.
So anyway, the point that I was making is a lot of us never learned any of those kinds of skills in Watchtower. And because we spent all of our time reading their literature, going on in the ministry, we weren't taught those things.
That's
And
right.
I can't tell you how many times we've heard experiences about people who got married and it was just doomed from the beginning because
That's
you
right.
didn't know yourself. That person didn't know their self. You had
Right.
life experience, you had nothing to draw from. And then it's like after you get married and you go to talk to, somebody in the organization and their mentality is, well, hey, you married this person, so, figure it out. And
Right, and you're married for life.
it was encouraging me to do that. Yeah, well, you're married, so figure it out. And if you're a female, you know what they're going to tell you. You just sit there and deal with the consequences. And there's so many things that that we just didn't learn, don't know, and never would learn if we stayed in that organization. I learned more about myself when I left, and I still wouldn't feel comfortable getting into a relationship because I still don't feel like I'm fully there and know what I should do and how I should feel and things of that nature. Because we just don't learn it. Watchtower does not want you to develop as a person. They just want you to be
exactly right.
for them.
Excellent point. Yep. Well, it's like Rick says, those are marriages that are made in Brooklyn. And Rich and I, when we were preparing for the show, we were talking about this because, it's not uncommon for JWs to get married when they're teenagers or early 20s. There was a sister in my congregation. She was 25, and God forbid she thought she was an old maid at 25. Oh my God, if I'm not married by the time I'm 25.
By witness standards, she was an old maid.
Yep.
By witness standards, for born-ins. Absolutely.
And what's interesting is that the majority of these people that have gotten married, they didn't even know each other because they didn't even know themselves. Because there's so much pressure. Like, I could go down the list, Stefan, and tell you, okay, we had like about 8 sisters in our congregation that got married right before or around the time of 1975. Okay, 8 of them. And I would say there's probably maybe only 2 of them that are still married. They didn't even know each other at all. And the thing is that this is the other thing. These sisters, okay, they only met like one brother, because as we know, there were more sisters than brothers. They met like one brother and they dated him and they thought, oh, he's so cute. He's so theocratic. Maybe he'll be a ministerial servant, or he is, or maybe an elder, whatever. And the thing is, that's all that they cared about. And they got married, and then maybe they had kids, maybe they didn't, but they didn't have anything in common. They didn't even know who they were, what goals they have for the future outside of the organization. Did they talk about finances? Did they talk about goals? What would you like to do 5, 10 years? No, everything was based around the organization. If anybody knows Rodney Allgood, he's a great brother. He's down in Las Vegas. He tries to help JWs to move on once they leave the organization. Rodney, he grew up in Hawaii. Oh, I just love Rodney. I've met him. And he got married young. His whole family were JWs, elders, the whole 9 yards, circuit overseers, the whole bit. He got married young. He and his wife were young. They had a boy and a girl. And then Rodney at one point woke up and thought, you know what? I'm not even in love with this person. I don't even like this person. But because they were so horny, they got married. Okay, let's be real here. And so, he's a wonderful person. But the point is, how many JWs, it's the same way. They get married because they're horny. Okay, I knew a sister, 3 months. 3 months she dated this one brother, got married. And yet she wasn't happy. Now, they're still married today, but are they really happy? No. What did they marry for? They marry out of convenience. So this is the pressure Watchtower puts on the young people, and that is just so wrong, so absolutely wrong. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I'll tell you that all of the, like you said, when you start getting into that about 20, 21 year range, that's when it's almost like a game, what is it, musical chairs. You don't want to be the last person standing, when the music stops and you don't have a chair. Everybody starts matching up, mating up, and getting married. I can tell you in my group that I grew up with, that all got married, between say 21 and maybe 24. None of them are still together. Not one couple.
I was only 16 when I got married the first time, and all the girls and I got married June 11th, 1977, and divorced March 27th, 1984. And there was all of us kids got married like that. All my friends did, and almost all of us ended up divorced also.
Right. There was a sister I was very close to. She was a regular pioneer. She married one baptized brother. He was domestically abusive to her. She divorced him. They had one kid. Then she remarried another JW brother. So she's got her little daughter from the first marriage. The second brother did not even want to go to work. She said she divorced him because all he wanted to do, he was a boy. He wasn't even a man. All he wanted to do was, she was going to houses and cleaning houses in the snow, she said, bringing her daughter. And all he wanted to do was stay home and play on computer games. So those were two baptized brothers that were slugs. Okay?
Yeah.
Slugs.
And the funny part about it is, and this is the thing, I had a big brouhaha a few years ago about this. The society, of course, just wants minions. So in their mindset, a quote-unquote good brother or a good eligible brother is somebody that goes out and field service a lot, and he looks good in his suit, and he gives good talks. And we got into a really big brouhaha about this. This is one brother, he was that exact way. I was friends with his older brother, who wanted nothing to do with Jehovah's Witnesses. He was an extremely nice person. I considered him a friend, and he was very handy. He was close to this one brother, and he was the one who would wear the suits, and he was an aspiring ministerial servant. Everybody thought so highly of him. And I told him to his face, I said, "You're a bum." I said, "You don't know how to do anything. You need to stop, all of this giving talks and all this crazy, and learn how to be a man and learn how to develop some skills." I said, "You don't know how to do anything." So this guy gets married, brings zero to the table. The mother-in-law put down the money and co-signed for their apartment because he doesn't have any money, he doesn't have any credit. The wife was trained to be a nurse. He was still trying to figure out what he's supposed to be doing. On paper, he looks great, but in the real world, he hadn't even gotten really gotten his life started. Then they needed a car. Well, he doesn't even have a real job. So again, the mother-in-law, she steps in, she goes, co-signs, and they get everything that they really got either because of the wife or the mother-in-law. But he's the one where he goes to the meeting, he's the ministerial servant, and he's taking the group out of service, and he's I could care less about that. I said, this guy's a bum. And I can pretty much tell you, if he doesn't straighten up and get some things going for himself, his wife will eventually leave. She will.
Right. Because it's hard to respect somebody like that as a woman and a wife.
This organization doesn't train men. These guys are still boys at the end of the day. And even if they're older, I grew up with a guy. His father was one of the worst elders you've ever seen. And that's a whole nother story because our families almost came to blows. And the one son, who was a few years older than me, he'd go to him and say, "Hey, what do you think about me joining a football team?" "Oh, I don't think you can do that. Jehovah doesn't." Well, where does it say that in the Bible? It would be days of researching Watchtower and Awake articles and calling Bethel and every little thing that he wanted to do. Now, my dad wasn't a witness. He got this fellowship. I was a little kid. I didn't even know what this fellowship was, but he got out of that crap as soon as he figured out what they were really about. So if I want something, I just go and ask them, and he'd say, "Yeah, let's go for it. As long as your grades are where they're supposed to be and your conduct, then I don't see why not." You could care less about what anybody else thought. He was a man. He said what he said. He lived with what he said. If it didn't go right, then we'll stop and we'll reload and we'll do it again. And so this guy told me when he got to be grown, he goes, "I hated my father." He said, "I used to pray that he would die." What? I used to pray to Jehovah that he would kill my father. He said, because he was horrible. He said, there was a plenty of days I said to myself, I wish I had a dad like your dad. He said, you know, you could go and talk to your dad. And he goes, my dad was always, well, let me see what he goes, and then the majority of the time, he would go and call this other elder who was even worse than he was. And anything you asked him, the answer was no. And so days later, he'd come back and say, well, yeah, no, you can't. You know, he's like, well, don't worry about it. I didn't want to do it now. You know, it didn't take you so long to make a decision about stuff. So even the older ones, they don't have any thinking ability. And at the end of the day, they're not even men. It's like all they are surrogates, and it's really Watchtower that's controlling your family.
Well, they're yes men. They're yes men. You know, that even Joe has said that. What makes a great elder is to be obedient to the Watchtower organization. They're yes men. They don't rock the boat. You know, one other we always love your comments, by the way, Stefan. I'd love to meet you. We'd both love to meet you someday. But anyway, I was going to say, Rich and I were talking about the group of elders that he had in his judicial committee meeting, and without mentioning names. Okay, one was a bus driver, school bus driver. The other one was, what's the name of that tool place?
Yeah, Snap-on Tools.
Snap-on Tools. He worked on Snap-on. That was another elder. What's the other one?
The other one was a house painter.
Another one was a house painter. Okay.
And one of them, one was a bus driver. He had a 10th grade education.
Yeah, and the one was a bus driver, and he had a 10th grade education. So the point is that, you know, these men don't have any education. Okay, they have no training. They barely got through, according to the, you know, world standards. You know, you can't make a lot of money and be successful in those kinds of positions. And the thing is that they get on these power trips. Oh, I'm an elder. I'm somebody really important. Oh, now I can control your life and act like I'm somebody really big and important in life. And, you know, make decisions over your life in a judicial committee meeting. And yet in the real world, people would laugh at him like, yeah, right. You know, who do you think you are? 10th grade education, bus school driver. Come on, get real. But that's what we're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember the talk that they would have to give because there was so much frustration in the marriages because the women were so much more adequately qualified to make decisions, handle the budget, take care of business. No, the husband's supposed to do it. And just like you said, these guys had no education, had no idea what they were doing. They were just messing up everything. That would frustrate the sisters. They would go and talk to the elders, and the elders would send them right back to the husbands. He's the head of the household. You have to do what he says. That's Jehovah's arrangement. The problem is you. You're the problem. It's never the husband. It's always the wife. It's such a joke. That's why I said I have never seen any advice given by Watchtower that actually benefited people in any way. Never, not one single time. Everything they have said.
Yeah. And you know, Stefan, there was no way, and heck, I was ever going to marry a JW. No way. The way that they looked at women. Oh, no. No way. No, I'm not a red carpet for any man. And so the last thing I was ever going to do was marry a JW. So it's just sort of interesting. Rich is not like that at all. Otherwise, I can promise you I would not be married to a man like that. Not at all. So it's very demeaning for women to be in that organization, and they're treated like absolute dirt. It's so wrong. So wrong. Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you, there's something that just like you said, the women are treated as inferior second-class citizens. Well, even when you wake up and you walk away from that as a male, you have to unlearn the male chauvinism.
Yeah.
Because you're coming out of an environment where simply because you're a male, you're the head, you're the boss, things revolve around you. And then when you walk away from it, you have to unlearn it.
Oh, yeah.
You have to unlearn it. And that takes some getting used to.
Yeah, it sure does.
Yes, Stefan, you're absolutely 100% correct. You know, when you have a failed marriage and then you go to another marriage, you are bringing in baggage from that other relationship, your previous husband or wife. And you've got to do some real close self-evaluations. The churches of Christendom that the Watchtower is always criticizing, they have a program out called Divorce Care. And I took the course after my second marriage failed. I took the course and I learned so much. I took it the second time. And then I was asked, the one who was conducting the course said, would you like to try to teach it? Well, I didn't teach the course. The course is really taught by, there's videotapes, all videotapes. And they were professional marriage counselors that had all graduated from a seminary and had written books on the subject. They pulled all their talents together and they came out with these videos, a whole collection of, I think there was 10 of them, and they offered it to the churches for $200. And then the churches could show them to people that weren't in the congregation or people that were in the congregation. And there's so much you can learn from that. The Watchtower does never really teach that. They teach, if you want to have a happy marriage, go out and service together. That is going to bind you together. And that is not true.
No, not at all. I remember when I was married and we started having difficulties, which of course you can imagine, being born in, life training of any kind. And I went and got the family book, and this was I think it was the blue one, the second edition, if you will. And I read through that thing and prayed, and it helped nothing. It was just useless. So I said, okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring up the big guns. And I went and got the first family book, the green one. And I said, surely this book is going to have all the answers to my problems and what I need to do. And I tried to read that and study it, prayerfully apply it. No, it just was useless. And then when you talk to these elders, they had no practical guidance at all. Most of the time, they really didn't want to talk to you. They just want to give their talks and go in the back room. And I don't know what they do back there, but they just want to do that. And they were useless. The whole thing was just useless. And so I started, and back in those days, what do I want to call it? The section of the bookstore that you'd go to just for personal improvement.
Oh, self-help.
The self-help section. Thank you. Sorry, it's a little late for me. And that was just kind of, starting to grow. It went from like one row on a shelf, to the whole shelf, and then eventually a whole section. Yeah. And I started, just picking up those books and seeing if anything seemed to appeal to me for self-development. And that's when I really started developing as a person. It wasn't anything that I ever read from Watchtower.
Right. Well, and Watchtower has everybody believing in that organization, that you don't read any other literature, publications outside of the organization. You just listen to what Watchtower teaches, and you only associate with JWs. And they're so insular, and they do it intentionally so that people cannot use critical thinking skills. They're really handicapping people, because when you do speak out and you do learn these things, you can have a great marriage. You can have a great relationship. You can really see, this is the way I look at life. I think a lot of sisters were rushing to get married because they're looking for Prince Charming to have a wonderful life and, like a little fairy tale. Well, when it comes to marriage, that's not the real world. That's not how it works. You have to develop yourself to become the best person that you possibly can, that you can offer to the other person. That's what you bring to the table. And to make a great marriage, you have to have two givers. You can't have two takers, or one giver and one taker. That marriage, I can tell you right now, will not survive. Rich and I have talked about this extensively, and we are both givers. That's why our marriage is so successful. And the thing is, we didn't marry out of convenience. See, a lot of people do. We married out of genuine love for one another. Huge difference. Huge difference. Mm-hmm.
That's a question, and if I'm getting personal, just, someone to go fly kite. Do you feel that in a marriage, it's very important to have as many things in common as possible, or is it just to have the more important things? And I don't know how you determine what the more important things are, but I guess what I'm asking is, how much is having so many things in common, how important is that? Because Mr. Borgie just talked about how you guys don't even really watch TV because you have more fun talking to each other.
Can I add his question? Can I add your question? Don't you think it's better to get with someone if you were born in or raised as a Jehovah's Witness? Don't you think you do need to have that in common, that you were both at one time Jehovah's Witnesses? Because so much of identity was with that. It seems like only another XJW would get it.
Well, you're right.
But only to a point.
Let me try to handle those two questions. All right. The question about having a lot in common, I agree to that. There's an old saying that opposite attracts, but that's really not true. That's not true at all. I think you have to have a lot in common. And to Debbie's point, I know Rick said to me a long time ago, he said, I will only marry, after his first wife had passed, Inez, I will only marry a Jehovah's Witness or a former Jehovah's Witness. And that's the way I felt. And that's the way Connie felt, because you have so much in common. Because if you marry someone who, let's say he was or she was Protestant or Catholic or whatever, you just don't have that experience together that you can talk about, because you're going to be jaded one way or the other. But when you both have gone down the same path and you both understand each other's past, boy, that's a really bonding situation. Another thing that helps is if you're compatible sexually, and then you're also compatible monetarily. Not that you both have to have exactly the same money going into the relationship, but it's got to be close. You have one person that's really rich, another person that's really poor. Sometimes that can work, but the most of the time it doesn't. So those are some of the things, and we just love each other. We just, every project that we do around the house, we do it together. Yep. And we talk and we talk and we talk. Like I said, we haven't even hooked up the TVs yet, but we've been in this house since August.
That's good. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's really true. It's very true what Rich has said. The thing is, like I said, I've been out of the organization 40 years. And when I left, I was 28 and I'm 68 now. So I did not want anything to do with God, religion, the Bible, witnesses, anything, period. I felt so betrayed by Watchtower. And yes, I went out and dated, and I was in a long-term relationship, and I had a couple of boyfriends that were not witnesses. I think you have to just do what is best for you and what you think is you're most comfortable with. The thing is that, you try to talk to somebody who was never a witness. They try to be compassionate and understanding, but they don't get it. They really just don't get it. It's no fault of their own. They just think, well, why don't you just move on? What's the big deal? I'm Catholic. I go to church once in a while, holidays, Easter, Christmas, weddings, funerals, that's about it. So what's the big deal? They don't get it. They just don't get it. So I think you have to ask yourself, can I move on? Can I move on and really not think about Watchtower and the beliefs and start a new relationship that, maybe like a clean slate? Maybe you can, but you have to give yourself that time to figure that out. For myself, I needed to heal the wounds from Watchtower. I wasn't just going to bury them and pretend that they didn't exist. I had to come full circle for myself. I had to analyze this because, I have friends that are not, they were JWs, and they moved on and they married someone who was not a witness, and, that worked out fine for them. But for me, I had to heal the wounds that Watchtower created in my heart, my soul, and my spirit. And this show is what really healed me, coming together. And then, I just love people. I don't have a problem loving people. I am very much of a giver. I just love people. That's very easy for me. And, to be able to find someone who's very compatible with me was a real blessing, because I honestly thought, this is very, very difficult to find someone very special. I was not going to settle, and I mean that. I did not need to be married to anyone to financially support myself. I could fully take care of myself, and I did for many, many years. I had a home, took care of myself, no kids. I didn't have, no divorces, no exes, no any of that. I made some I made some wise choices. So I knew I had a lot to offer, but it had to be someone very, very special. I was not going to just settle. And I don't think people should settle, especially when it comes to marriage. So you have to, dig down into your own heart and do what's comfortable for you. But I had to heal my heart before I could open it up to be in love with somebody else. And that just took time. And this show did a lot to do that for me.
Your husband just mentioned something that is a kind of I don't want to say sore topic, but I guess I don't know what's right. It's getting too late for me. But he talked about sexual compatibility, and that was one of the things that I've always felt, that being born and raised in Watchtower, first of all, you hardly even discuss sex. How in the world would anybody know if they're sexually compatible with another person or not? And obviously, sex outside of marriage is extremely frowned upon. That's probably the biggest reason why most people did this fellowship in life. I never saw it personally as some horrible, grotesque sin. I used to ask the elders, why in the world would God even give these raging hormones to teenagers when they're least able to, to deal with them? I understand it from an evolutionary standpoint. And then they get in trouble, which is not really in trouble. They just do what human beings do, and Watchtower treats them like they're worse than Adam, Eve, and Satan. But then to your point, there's a lot to be said about if you're going to get married and you're supposed to be with this one person for the rest of your life, and you're not, you have no sexual experience with them. Even Watchtower, as you date, they want you to have a chaperone. Well, you're not going to sit there and talk about sexual matters with this third person sitting there overhearing everything that you're talking about. It just seems like marriages are just doomed to fail just from the start in that organization for so many different reasons.
I think that's a very astute position. Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Can I comment to that too? With my second marriage, we didn't fool around at all. We got married, and then on our wedding night, I discovered that he had never really grown into a man. He was like a boy, even though he was like 31 years old. Yeah. So, yeah. I honestly, I was like, I want to check out the merchandise before I make another purchase. I mean, that's just... And the marriage was never consummated. You talk about frustration. Oh my God, it's horrible.
I don't know if you heard me say. I was telling a story a little bit a while ago with the family that I knew where they had never consummated their marriage, and I ran into this woman just a few years ago, and she's very angry and very bitter because she's basically in her 60s now. She's not married. They never consummated their relationship, so she doesn't have any children. And so basically all of the things that she wanted in life, at the end of the day, she never got because she listened to Watchtower. So when you talk about frustration, yes, I totally get that.
Yeah. Well, you know, the organization creates so much frigidity, however you say that, among the men and the women. I mean, there was a brother, you know, and there was a brother that I met when I was a single sister. He was a really nice guy, but I wasn't interested in marriage. You know, we would go out and look at that. We're from San Francisco, so we'd go and look at Victorian homes. There were tours in San Francisco, and it was fun. Then, you know, there'd be discos. That was in the 70s, early 80s, and we went to a couple of discos. It was fun. I mean, he was a really, really nice gentleman of a brother. Anyway, I was interested in pursuing a college education, and I just said to him simply that, you know, I was not interested in marriage, and I wanted to tell him why. So I really didn't want to waste his time. And, you know, he really respected that. He ended up getting married. I think he was seeing me and another sister at the same time, because a very close friend of mine, we're going to plug this in so we don't get short. How do you plug this in, Rich? Anyway, he got married. He got engaged shortly thereafter. And I was told that he was engaged and, to another sister. We're just plugging in the phone here. So the battery's on. Yeah. Is it working? So anyway, what ended up happening is he got engaged, and then he got married to this other sister, and I ran into him, and he was a little bit nervous seeing me, and I said, oh, you know, I heard that you're engaged. I wanted to say congratulations. Oh, thank you, you know. And I said, I just really wish you the very best of happiness. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is he's still married to this sister. But the point I'm trying to make is a little uncomfortable to say to you, but since you're on the topic, I found out from a very reliable source, okay, like through a family member, okay, that he, like I say, was a baptized brother and his wife was a baptized sister. But he had this attitude about, as far as having sex with his married wife, that he was born and raised in the organization, and he felt that the only time he felt like it was appropriate to have sex with his wife was when they decided that, well, you know, I think we want to start a family. And if they hadn't come to that decision, he was not going to have sex with her. And when I found this out, I was really shocked, because I thought, wow, you know, this is really unusual. I mean, I know he was a virgin when he got married. He was born and raised at JW. He was a really nice brother, a real gentleman. He was. And he was a twin. Okay. So I knew his wife, on his brother who was a twin. I knew his wife very, very well. Anyway, long story short, yeah, he was really frigid about being intimate with his own wife for whatever reasons, but it came down to Watchtower's attitude about, oh, you know, 1975, you know, don't be having any kids, the system's coming to an end. All that played into his psyche when he got married for the first time to his wife, and he's been married to her ever since. So I just wanted to share that. Mm-hmm.
Can I make a comment on this subject?
Yeah,
please. This is Brad from Australia again, just slipping in between customers. So what you're describing, people you're describing right now was me when I left the organization. I was the boy that seemed like I should have been a man, but it was because of something very strange that happened to me when I was a kid. So we were walking home from the book study one night, because it was just around the road from our house, and I must have been about 9 years old. And my oldest brother and my mum were talking about a rape that they had heard, or in the newspaper or something like that. And I'd never heard the word rape before. So I asked my mum, what's rape? And she described, when she went to describe rape to me, she described normal consensual sex.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, and I wonder how many people had a mother like me who didn't realize that what was happening to, I don't know how I was made. I don't even want to think about how I was made or how my brothers were made now. But I, for such a long time, thought that any sex was rape. And so what I did, you described the gentleman. What I did was I became a gentleman. Gentlemen don't try and push a girl into sex. Gentlemen will wait until a woman is ready, all of that sort of stuff. So I hid behind the idea that I was this gentleman guy, while all of the time worried that eventually a woman is going to want to have sex with you. What are you going to do when that happens? Because you don't want to rape someone. That's wrong. And so it kind of came down to failing a bunch of relationships, and then one girl kind of going, wait a minute, it's not like, describe what you think is going to happen between us. And I, talked it through, all that, and then it just came down to, okay, we're going to do this now. I'm asking you, I'm telling you that I want this to happen. I was that boy on Debbie's wedding night kind of thing. And it's a really difficult feeling to shake off when you heard it so young.
Yeah.
And I entered into teenage years. I watched kids getting into relationships at school. I watched my brother have a relationship with his first girlfriend, who later became his wife. They only got married so that they could have sex. Another point is that I wanted to make from earlier is that quite often it's not out of convenience, it's through lack of conveniences and lack of choices. My congregation had about 3 girls in it that were my age. And so when I got to teenage years, my parents and other elders and things were like, oh, why don't you go to this congregation? Or why don't you go hang out in this congregation for a meeting or two? And, basically pimping me out to the women that were available within the organization, which I found really dirty. They just added to the rape complex that I had already. And I wonder how many people like me had that discussion with their parents, and then their parents just continued the cycle. They were never educated, so they told me what they were told, and then, eventually I would tell my kids the same thing, and they would tell their kids the same thing, and then it's this huge cycle of messed up people.
That's right.
And while I'm not with that girl anymore that I first lost my virginity to, I think about her all the time, and thank goodness that she was so nice that she was able to not push me to it. She was never going to push me into doing it, but explaining it in such a clear way that I could actually do something.
Well,
and it's still difficult for me now.
Sure.
It's not easier, but.
Well, I'm sorry that you had that, the way your mom presented it to you, because our parents definitely have a huge impact.
Oh, don't be sorry for me. Be sorry for her. Be sorry for her. She has 3 kids. And I can't think of any other way that we were produced other than how she described. You know what I mean? Like it was basically she wasn't enjoying her time with my dad either. And it sucks that it was so easy. It was one conversation that never left me. That's all. And so I didn't talk about sex to anybody after that. And just that one little conversation that I had affected me for the rest of my life. Affected that my relationships for the rest of my life, everything for the rest of my life almost.
So honest.
And yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I want to thank you for your honesty. And let me throw just something out. The scriptures say that you can't hold the due, which means sex, back if your mate wants it. But it seems like that's such an unbalanced approach because guys always want it. And if you don't treat a woman in a romantic way, they don't want it. Guys want it all the time, whether or not they just had an argument with their wife or they're very in a very loving way with their wife. Guys want it every single night if they can get it, and they want it that way till they're in their 70s. And I just think it's so unfair for these women when the guy comes up and he doesn't want to spend the time to do the foreplay or the romantic stuff. He wants to get in bed, get it on, roll over, and go to bed. And I think that's so wrong.
And that's why I went the complete opposite way. Basically, I would just stay in foreplay land until we were done, until she was so over it, and then I could bail from the situation. And I felt okay because that whole time during that foreplay time, I'm trying to make her feel good while limiting how much I can do. And so I thought, oh, well, I'm being a gentleman. This is what a gentleman does. They make sure that the woman is happy first. They make sure, all of that, make sure that everything is compatible. They make sure that she's ready and willing. And I just went the complete opposite way, basically. And that can cause just as many problems as the other way.
Yeah, well,
it's a fine balance. It's a fine balance.
Yeah, my feeling is men should be a gentleman. They should be very concerned with their wife having an orgasm, and if they don't know how to complete that, you need to sit down and have a very frank talk about sex. Sex is not dirty, especially when it's in the marital bonds. You just have to talk about it and try different positions, try different foreplays, try role playing. Just keep. You can experiment with sex. Nothing wrong with that. Till you both find out what you both really like, and go for it.
Of course.
Star 6. Comment. Go ahead, brother.
The
one.
I can't remember what I was going to say. It just flew out of my head. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that's what I was going to say from earlier. When I said that the guy should be conscious of how the girl feels and everything like that. A disclaimer to that was that when both people enjoy it and you're both in love and you're both thinking about that stuff, it's about 1 trillion times better than if only one person is demanding it all the time and one person is just giving it up and not enjoying it. It's way. It makes so much more sense when you're doing it with somebody that really is enjoying it. Everyone, it's 1,000,000 times better.
I agree.
One of my brothers, both of my brothers is a Jehovah's Witness, but one of my brothers, I've heard he's the one that married way too young and just so they could have sex. But he's like, I've heard him going, the Bible says it is a requirement. That's what it is. It's a requirement for marriage. So if we're not doing it, we're not living by Bible standards. And that was in a description of his wife just not wanting to do it one night kind of thing. And I remember being like, bro, what the hell? Like, what have you been doing? What have you been doing with each other? This is not right. Like, surely the Bible doesn't mean every single second that you want it, she just has to. That doesn't even make sense. Read between the lines a little bit. They say that I'm pretty sure the Bible is describing it as like adding to marriage and as a way of loving each other, not demanding. It's a requirement. That doesn't even make sense. What if you're with a partner and they have an accident and just knocks off the bottom half of them and you can't anymore? Well, does that mean it's not a marriage because you can't do that requirement? No.
Well, it's interesting. The Bible always talks about having a balanced approach to everything and having a balanced approach to sex. I mean, having sex 5-6 times a day, that doesn't make sense. But I guess once or twice on the weekend and maybe every other night. I don't know. You got to talk about that with your wife or your spouse. You really have to have those frank conversations as what you like and when you like it and so forth. I don't think that a woman should have to, what the Bible says is don't hold back to do. Well, you might have some horny guy that, wants to have it 4 or 5 times a day. That's not a balanced approach or even I think if I was a woman, I would feel like if he was wanting to have sex with me a couple of times a day, every day, that is all I am to him is a piece of, I won't say it on the air, but
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, that's the thing. That's one of the things that I noticed, even as a younger person in the Bible, these Abraham or the religions, the Abrahamic religions, which is Judaism, Christianity, Islam, they're all paternal. They have nothing to do with the woman. It's all about the male, which is why the male can have multiple wives, can have concubines, even all the way up into the New Testament. And I had a debate with an elder on this very topic. I said there's nothing in the Bible that says a man can have more than one woman. Yes, it does. And he goes to the scripture that talks about the qualifications. And so when we backed up, we analyzed it again, he saw the point that I was making, which is the verse is not saying you can't have more than one wife. It's saying you can't be used, to put it in common parlance, if you have more than one wife. But there's nothing in the Bible that says you can't have more than one wife, and especially go to the Old Testament, which I think is extremely clear. I mean, all these religions, Abrahamic religions, they're all paternal. It doesn't work in the modern era to go into situations thinking, well, I'm the male, everything kind of revolves around me, and even the Bible says so. It just doesn't work.
That's okay, Debbie. I was just going to say, what's interesting is, the book Song of Solomon, or the Song of Songs is also called, is talking about a couple and lovemaking. But Watchtower never really used that book in any of their teachings. It's really very sad. They always would make sex like it's very dirty and taboo and disgusting, and it's the wife's responsibility to always give her husband the due. Well, that's pretty perverted. It really is. And yet you can see how twisted and negative a lot of those marriages ended up being, and very, very unhappy, and ended up in divorce and so forth,
Right.
Not just based on sex, but just, Watchtower has a way of making things that should be very beautiful between a married couple, and they make it pretty perverted and disgusting.
Yeah, I love what Connie's thought on that. The Watchtower will, they try to treat sex as, well, if you have to do it, if you can't control your vessel, then all right, you're married, so go ahead and have sex. But, you're much better off to be able to go to bed early without sex, so you get up real early and go out and field service. That's the Watchtower's position.
You know what? I tell you what, brother, my dad was an elder, and my first husband, it was my first real serious boyfriend, actually. And my dad made the most stupid comment. He told us, he said, well, if you think you want to have sex, let me know, and I'll I'll sign for you to get married.
Whoa.
I was 16. He was 19. Do you seriously think we didn't want to have sex? I mean, yeah. Well, and we got married. But I was in love with him too. Well, maybe in love and in lust, you could say. But my last husband was 14 years older than me, and he was a widower. And when he didn't have anything when he came to the marriage, and I had everything. And he talked about his wife all the time, to the point that I felt like she was one of my best friends. I really did. And I felt like I was cheating with him. I mean, it was awful, but I don't know. He loved me way more, I guess, more than I loved him. I didn't love him in the same way. He was older, quite a bit older. And that was at a point that, I was like, okay, well, you do something, because I did everything up to now. Now, sexually, it just means everything, But then he was so much older. Yeah. And women need to marry a younger man, because men die usually 7 years sooner than a woman. So I'm 63. So I need a guy that's like 56. I'm just giving y'all a hard time. It talks about rendering your due, But if they went by the King James Bible, it also says, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So that's just another do, that you should do right.
Right, exactly. I have a story that I wanted to share, and this is probably the best time to bring it up. I didn't want to, it's okay, but it's a story, but it's a true story. And it wasn't appropriate to say earlier when I was talking about the book, Crisis of Conscience. Anyway, there was a brother and sister I was very close to. They were married, of course, in the congregation. And her name was Lois. And she happened to tell me the story. I've never forgotten the story. It's on this topic of sex in the marriage. Okay. Anyway, I was very naive, thinking, Jehovah's Witnesses as couples, they're just so much in love and they have so much respect for each other. And, it must be nice to be married to, another witness in the organization. Anyway, my friend Lois, she was old enough to be my mother. So she was probably about, 20 years older than me. And, actually, she would have been like a sister because I grew up with much older parents. But anyway, for most people, she could have been old enough to be my sister or my mother, 20 years older. Anyway, she tells me this story, and she said she and her husband, Ed, were at a convention. And she left out a lot of details. I didn't need to know where the convention was or anything. But anyway, she said, Ed and I are at this couple. They were other JWs, and we stayed at their home for the convention. And she said, so we go over there, and we're having a wonderful visit, having dinner, and then afterwards we're talking, like how JWs are, no big deal. And the husband decides to get up, and he goes into the bedroom, and the wife, who was a JW, decided to stay with my friends Lois and Ed, and she's just being hospitable. You know how we are as women. We want our guests to feel comfortable, and she's talking, and anyway, time goes by, and then everybody says goodnight, and she gets up, and she goes into her bedroom, and Lois and Ed were in the next bedroom that they were connected by a wall, okay? So Lois tells me this story. It's a true story. She said, so Ed and I, we go into our bedroom, we're getting ready to go to bed, and all of a sudden, we can hear in the next bedroom, the brother takes his wife, and he is out of control. He's irate, he's slapping her, he's hitting her, and he's pushing her up against the wall, and she's screaming, and Ed says to Lois, oh my gosh, should I go in there and say something? And she said, no, don't interfere. Don't say anything. Well, this went on for some time. And so anyway, it eventually died down and everybody went to sleep. And then I don't know if the husband had to go to work or he got up early and went to the convention. But anyway, the wife came out of her bedroom and Lois and Ed, they were all having breakfast, the three of them. And Lois and Ed said to the sister, oh my gosh, we heard what happened next door in your bedroom. What was that all about? And she said, well, I'm sorry that you heard that. I'm very embarrassed. But she said what ended up happening is when my husband got up and went to bed, he expected me to go into the bedroom as well so we could have sex. And because I stayed out here to be gracious as a hostess, he didn't understand that, and he got physical with me. Now, I never forgot that story, and I thought to myself, oh my gosh, this guy was a JW baptized brother, and he obviously did not respect his wife, who was also a JW. And it really, did not sit with me very well. And I thought, oh my gosh, because I knew a sister in my congregation that I grew up with. Her husband was a JW, but he was physically abusive to her from day one of their marriage of 10 years. And so what is my point in sharing this story with you? Well, this is that mentality that some of those JW husbands have. You got to render your due to me because, you're a woman and you got to spread them because I want it on my terms and conditions. And the woman's nothing but a piece of meat. Okay, come on, let's get real. So how do you even have any respect for your husband or any kind of man that treats you like you're nothing but a piece of meat? So anyway, I just wanted to say that because that's not what marriage is all about. That certainly is not a Christian man. Unfortunately, there was domestic violence in that family, and he thought he was the ruling roost of the marriage. And, I can't even imagine being married to somebody like that. But that happens. That happens in a lot of marriages, and even JWs. You listen to Facebook, oh man, some of these sisters tell you things it blows your socks off. It's really very sad.
Well, I'll tell you a story. Actually, before I stopped attending meetings altogether, I had met this one sister, and that was something that she was fairly new. I think she'd only been a JW maybe 4 years, something like that. But she was telling me she had transferred out of a congregation, and that this congregation was known for the husbands putting their hands on their wives. And I just looked at her like, I'm sorry, what? And she said, yeah, they're just kind of known for that over there. She said she was told that. And then she still attended, and she kind of saw, you'd see a sister, and then after a while, you didn't see her for a few weeks, and then you'd see her, and then you'd hear through the grapevine that, she had a busted lip or a black eye or something, so she didn't want to attend meetings. And I didn't believe anything like that actually went on, but when she told me, I knew she wasn't lying.
Oh yeah, domestic violence is something that my girlfriend Lucille, is amazing she wasn't killed, and her husband was a baptized brother. He was a big guy. He was a real big guy, and she was only 5'1", and Mario was about 6'2", and yet she thought, oh no, I have to, set an example for the brothers and sisters in the congregation. They can't know about the domestic violence that I'm incurring from my husband, but the elders knew. And the one elder said to her, Lucille, first of all, this is what he said. Are you your husband his dues? Right? That's the first question. I don't know who's talking in the background there, but the organization has a tendency to always twist it around that it's always the woman's fault, no matter what. Mario was such a piece of work. He would literally take my girlfriend, and they had 3 kids over a 10-year period, and he would lock her outside of the house, and she'd have to sleep outside in the backyard. Okay? That's what kind of animal this guy was. And he was a baptized brother. He eventually got disfellowship, but then he got reinstated. I think the elders were afraid of him. But anyway, you talk about
it. Sounds like they were.
Sick.
Yeah, it sounds like they were.
She finally divorced him. She got a restraining order and she divorced him.
Good for her.
And she left the religion too. She said,
well, I'm going to bid everyone a good night, and we'll do this again next week. And I really enjoyed myself, but I got to get in the bed. I'm passing out over here.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. One quick comment. She said to me, I had to make a decision to divorce him and leave the religion at the same time because the two went hand in hand. She's doing very, very well today. But anyway, yeah, thank you, Stephen. We appreciate all your comments. You're pretty awesome.
And now I have to make a comment. I was thinking about something. It was something your husband mentioned. And I was thinking about this religion. This religion causes people to do things that they probably ordinarily would have never done had they not been a part of this religion. And when we were talking about the subject of marriage, I can't tell you how many times I have seen witnesses who were unhappily married. And in the real world, you're unhappily married, you would have just gotten a divorce, moved on with life. But because you can't do that in this organization, now you're having people who have to go out and feel that they have to go out and commit adultery just so they could get out of the marriage and either just to be alone or to possibly marry somebody else. And I'm always thinking to myself, do you really think, if there is a God, and if God is Jehovah, and if everything that's in the Bible is the way it really is, do you really think that God doesn't see through this behavior? Like, for example, I know a so-called elder, who's now on his third wife. He doesn't like the one he's with. He'll concoct some reason for why he needs to get out of the marriage, and he starts to orchestrate that. He gets divorced from that one, goes and marries another one. So I'm thinking to myself, now, do you really think, again, if there is a God and all the stuff that we read in the Bible is how God thinks and how God feels, that God doesn't see through all of this? You might be, fooling some people, and really you're not fooling me, that's for sure. But you might be fooling some people. Do you really think that you're fooling God with all the stuff that you're doing, marrying this woman, getting rid of her, and going to get with another one, and you don't like her, you get rid of her and go get with another one? It's mind-boggling to me what these people think. It really is.
Yeah, I agree. It is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. Star Six, anyone want to wrap this up? A few more comments?
Thank you, everybody, so much.
Yeah.
Great conversation.
Mm-hmm. We'll keep going if a lot of people want to talk.
Oh, can you all hear me?
Yep, we hear you just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello?
I've called him before. I've called him before. Hello?
Go ahead, bro.
I've called him before. I'm Aaron. I wanted to say, because when earlier, all the talk was going on about the different things that happened in the JW marriages and all that. It just got me back to thinking about how, I got married to a JW sister who was 4 years older than me when I was 20. 2004 is when we got married. And we met at a picnic in Maryland in 2003. And I still remember the day we met. But it just, the whole thing went so wrong. And, I wish I could go back in time and slap my 20-year-old self and say, what are you doing? What are you getting yourself into? And she was here she was from Brazil. She came here on a visa, and she was an au pair. So, well, she ended up staying here, and she's still here today, and she's remarried, and she's still in the organization to my knowledge. But it's so crazy how any little decision you make can not only affect your life, but also someone else's life. Like, I also often find myself wondering what would have happened with her life if I had never gotten involved and we never made that decision to hastily get married because we were so horny, as was mentioned earlier, and that was the only reason that it happened. Right. And it's sad how this organization really destroys people's lives like that. And I still remember one time when we really made the decision to get married was because we used to actually go driving around, because I had a car. I had my license, and I had my own car at that point, although I was still living at home. But that was like right before we moved out. We lived with my parents for a short couple of months, and then I got a job with Amazon, and then we moved out and rented our own place and all that. But during that period of time before we got married, I remember we pulled in behind in the back parking lot of a TV repair shop, and I literally went down on her in the parking lot, and that ended up being a judicial committee, and we both ended up losing privileges for that. And I still remember although we didn't get disfellowship, but we didn't tell the elders about this until after we had already gotten married, because I guess we had that guilty conscience, and we both lost privileges. And I still remember my dad saying, Aaron, you could get your privileges back in 6 months if you if you work hard at it, and that's probably exactly how he said it. But it wasn't long after that I ended up leaving the organization, and we got divorced in 2010. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Brother, you bring up an interesting point. So you have sex, and you tell the elders, which I think is an enormous big mistake, but we have to, unload our consciences somewhere, and we're told this is how you do it. I know in my case, I was dealing with depression. Having an organization or an elder get up in the middle of after the announcement at a meeting and say, Brother Boogie is now publicly reproved, with my two boys there. Then I go into a deeper depression that I already was in. They just take a bad situation and they make it worse. So I would say to anybody, and we've been saying this all night, after 5 or 6 calls, we'll just say it again. Don't take your sexual problems or your sexual sins to the elders. Is all you have to do is take it to our Heavenly Father through Jesus Christ. He knows if you're sincere or not. And you may be very sincere, and you maybe through a weakness, 5 or 6 years down the road, you fall into the same trap again. Well, you go back to our Heavenly Father through Jesus Christ, and you ask Him to forgive you. And I can tell you, I did that. I could feel a release, but I also felt that I was an Achan in the congregation. And if you remember the Bible story about Achan, where they marched around Jericho for seven circular things, and and then the walls come down, and they go in. The Israelite army goes in, they kill everybody and everything, and they were told not to take anything out. And this guy Achan, he goes in there, he sees this gold breastplate, he wants it, he takes it, he puts it in his tent, he buries it, and then the Israelite army loses every single war. So the elders go, oh, there must be somebody did something wrong. So they do an investigation, and then they find that Achan had stole this gold breastplate. So they kill him, they kill his whole family. I mean, this is whacked out stuff, but that's what the Bible records. So, for me, I was thinking, oh my God, I've hidden adulteries. They made me a ministerial servant, and now they're going to make me an elder. I better come clean, because the Holy Spirit will definitely be taken from the congregation. Armageddon's going to come, and everybody's going to die because of me. So that's the stuff that flipped me out psychologically. I got involved in masochism. I couldn't get the guilt off me. I didn't commit suicide like other brothers have, but this organization has no love, has no knowledge of psychology or even sociology. They're just a money-grubbing, lying organization, and we have been doing this on 6 screens for almost 2 decades, and not once of those cowardly liars ever come on 6 screens to debate us or tell us that we're wrong or anything else. And I know I've said this on 6 screens 1,000 times, but me and Rick Ferrin went up to Columbia Heights, 25 Columbia Heights, the headquarters. And, we've been saying horrible things about the governing body for years. We go up there, me and Rick walk in together. Rick says, I want to speak to the governing body. So my name is Rick Ferrin. Oh, no, we know who you are. They had that facial recognition thing, right? They were scared of Rick. Why? Why is that Watchtower afraid of 2 guys in their 60s? Why? Because we can share a bright light on a dark cult, they would not meet with us. They wouldn't come down. They said, everybody's on speaking engagements. Every single member, is not one guy could come down and say, no. So I always kind of scratched my head when, in the early days of 6 screens, people would say, we got to use the voice change. I don't want the elders to find out who I am. You know, have some guts. Stand up for what you know is right. I do understand that some brothers, their PMOs, it might be working for an elder, and if they, let the world know that they don't want to be a JW anymore, they could lose their job. I understand there are situations like that. If you have the guts to go to somebody's door cold with a Bible in your hand in your neighborhood and try to place a watchtower or try to start a Bible study, have enough guts to tell people what you're learning on 6 screens. And I know I've said it earlier, I don't mean to be super redundant, but send a postcard to somebody. Say, listen to 6 screens. Here's the phone number. Here's what the Watchtower doesn't want you to know. You're in a cult. Warning, you're in a cult. And send it to everyone in your former congregation. I tell you what, if you do that, you're really going to feel good about yourself. It's cathartic to fight back on these rotten, lying rats. And here's Connie. Sorry to that.
I just wanted to say something that's pertains to this topic. You know, when my friend Lucille got to fellowship, let me just back up briefly. Her husband, she had suffered domestic violence from her husband, who was a JW. They were both JWs. Okay, he cheated on her. Then he got reinstated. Our congregations had split, so I didn't know this part, but I had heard that she had gotten to fellowship. So he got to fellowship. He got reinstated. Right. Now the marriage is going down the drain for whatever. Well, there's domestic violence. Okay, that was a big part of it. So what she did was not right, but she did. It was sort of tit for tat. So she went out and committed adultery. And then she felt guilty and she confessed to the elders because that's what we were all told to do, right? Talk to the elders. So she got disfellowshipped. And what I wanted to say is this point. Okay, the elder had said to her, oh, you got to let Mario know. And she says, oh, I can't let Mario know. She says, Mario. He says, why not? She says, he'll kill me. Mario will kill me if I tell him that I cheated on him. And then this elder, this is a true story. He said, well, you know, Lucille, if you don't tell Mario that you cheated on him, I'm going to tell Mario. Okay? So you tell me, where was the love on that one? She told me this years later when we met in college. Anyway, this is the other point I wanted to bring up. So she was very close to an elder and an elderette in the congregation. The elderette's name was Mary Ann. Okay. So anyway, Mary Ann had a conversation with Lucille. And she says, you know, Lucille, you can be, because they ran into each other at the grocery store. And Lucille didn't want to say hello and make Mary Ann feel uncomfortable. So when Lucille got home from the grocery store, she called Mary Ann. And she says, you know, and they were very, very close. She says, you know, Mary Ann, I saw you at the store, and as you saw me too, and I just wanted to say hello. And Mary Ann says, well, you know, Lucille, she says, you are disfellowshipped, and she says, I appreciate you being discreet. But she says, you know, you can talk to my husband and you know, work on being reinstated. Anyway, this is the point. I know it's getting late and I'm trying to stay focused. Anyway, Mary Ann said to Lucille, she said, Lucille, I don't know why you told the elders that you committed adultery. And Lucille said, what? She said, yeah, why did you go to the elders? Now, this is an elderette she's talking to. She says, I went to the elders because that's what we were always told to do, go to the elders. And she said, the elderette, Mary Ann said, oh, well, I can tell you, Lucille, if it had been me, I had cheated on my husband and committed adultery, I would have never, ever told the elders. I would have never gone to tell the elders. And Lucille said, what? She's no, that would have been between me and Jehovah. I would have never gone to the elders. And I remember when Lucille told me this, it blew my socks off. I couldn't believe it because I knew this elder and elderette very, very well. Not as well as Lucille, but Lucille was married, and you know how married couples know other married couples really well. I was a single sister. Anyway, this is the point I'm trying to make. See, Mary Ann was married to an elder. She was an elderette. She was born in and raised in the organization. Okay, her husband had been an elder for many years, PO, the whole bit. They had a couple kids. They raised them in the organization, baptized in the whole 9 yards. She knew, she meaning Mary Ann, the elderette, she knew how the game was played among the elders, okay? Because once you become disfellowshipped, then that means the whole entire family is treated as if they're disfellowshipped. So Mary Ann knew you don't say a word to any of the elders at all, even though she was married to an elder. You don't tell, if you step out and you sin, especially if it's a serious sin, you do not tell any of the elders. Mary Ann said, that would have been between me and Jehovah, and I would have never told the elders, Lucille. Okay? Isn't that interesting? This came from an elderette. She had been in the organization, oh man, how many years? Oh man, I'd say a good 40 years. Okay? She knew the ropes. She knew how the game was played. I call it a game because that's what it is. The average rank and file doesn't know that. They don't know that. And the point we're trying to make is you don't have to go to the elders. If you do, your life is going to be destroyed. People sin, things happen, but it really is between you and God. And all you have to do is just basically say, I'm sorry, and be genuine about it. That's it. Okay? Yep. And a lot of times these elders are hypocrites themselves. They're doing the same thing. You just don't know about it. I'm not saying all the elders are, but listen to Joe Dyer Dario. He'll tell you some stories, okay? He'll tell you some real stories like he did tonight. All right? Gives you a lot of insight that the rank and file don't know about.
Yeah, along with Connie's thought, I have a really good friend of mine up in Michigan, Neil Schaap. He was in the Marine Corps with me in Vietnam. And he was telling us, we had like a 3-hour conversation a couple of nights ago. He was telling about all the corruption amongst the elders. And Neil was calling it out. So they ended up getting rid of him. They kept shipping him to different congregations. And then he just gets really sick of it. But it really would flabbergast you to think how corrupt these are. These people are not appointed by Holy Spirit. Absolutely are not. And the ones that are the most corrupt are the ones that make it to the top. The governing body, they get this big thing going on right now with Tony Tight Pants and pedophilia and sex rings and so forth. Me and Rick had a real good, well, actually, Rick had a real good guy, Johnny the Bethlite, we called him. And he was telling Rick about a sex ring that he had uncovered because he was an IT guy. Well, Johnny the Bethelite, I'm sure, is sleeping with the fish now. Probably buried at the bottom of the Hudson River. He just disappeared. And there's been a couple of other folks that Rick has known that used to come on quite regularly on 6 Screens, and they've disappeared too. But anyway, that organization is very, very corrupt, and they're evil, and there's a lot of perversion right there at Bethel. I mean, Mark Palo, a really good friend of me and Rick's, he was telling us about him being raped at Bethel, and there's just so many unsavory things. He was raped by a governing body member. And there's another guy named Chitty or something like that. He was a pedophile. There's a lot of aspersions headed at Tony the Tight Pants guy. There's a big scandal going on. It's unfolding right now, I guess, in Pennsylvania. And this stuff is going to be coming up more and more often. And Rick is right. The Watchtower is in decline. And what they're going to try to do is they're going to get as much money as they can. They're selling off Kingdom Halls. And at the same time, they're trying to convince brothers to build new ones so they can get the ownership of them when they're built. Such a corrupt organization. And it certainly is true. They don't help anybody but the mucky mucks at the top of the Watchtower chain. Everybody else can go to blaze as far as they're concerned. There's no love, and these are not scriptural people. And these appointments, whether it's servant elders, circuit overseers, governing body, doesn't matter. They are not appointed by Holy Spirit. There is oceans and oceans and oceans of evidence to that fact. Well, we've got another 6 minutes. We're going to have to close it down at 2:00. We've been at this program for 4.5 hours, and we have to get up tomorrow for church. So, in the next 6 minutes, is there anyone that's been waiting on the line that would like to make a comment on anything we're talking about this evening? Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment. Sometimes people get married because, like the sister said before, they're horny, they get married for the convenience, But I'm hearing people that want to have sex like 3-4 times a day. That's not being horny. That's being addicted. We're addicted to sex.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes. Yeah. If you want to have sex 3-4 times a day, that's an addiction. It's like we're addicted to alcohol. You have to have certain amount every day to keep you going, Or drugs, And those people, they need help.
Well, can I jump in?
No, you're right. I agree with you. There are people that have sexual addictions. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. This is Aaron again. I really feel like that kind of depends on your age. Because I'll give another little personal anecdote. When I was 28, I was talking to this girl online through a game that we both played, and it turned out that we really had a lot in common, and we really truly hit it off. And long story short, I took a trip out to Reno, Nevada, to meet her, and when I got there. Well, I knew it was going to be a 4-hour drive from the airport to the little town in California that she lived in. Or no, it wasn't in California. It was in it was a little town called Lakeview, somewhere out there. But it was 4 hours from the airport. And when I picked her up, when we met, and I took her back to the hotel room. We did it 5 or 6 times a day for 3 days straight. You know what I mean? And I ended up taking her back to my place here where I live on the East Coast. And, we kind of sort of did that sometimes, but I guess the point is it didn't last like that, but only because there were situations beyond our control that was going on her end. So if we had actually stayed together, who knows what would have happened, but and that was with me being 28. Like, imagine if that was 2, 18-year-olds. They probably do it 7 times a day. But that's just my thought.
Well, they say the honeymoon's over, and instead of like 5 encounters a day, it weans down to, whatever. Maybe 3 or 4 times a week. But I'm sure I know it when my boys were very small. We hardly did it at all. She was tired. I was working a lot of hours and going to school, and Yeah, and you got the meetings, and so, life circumstances can change that. They certainly can. Yeah, but I do agree with you. When you first get married, you're at it all the time. But, with the passing of time, that dwindles. Sister, you had a comment, please.
Me?
Yes, you.
No, not really. I mean, I'm 43. I've never been married, and I was disqualified in the congregation. I was never baptized, as a GW, but I was a publisher. And in my early 20s, very early 20 years old, I was disqualified as a publisher because of that, and I passed that stage, and I wanted to go back like 4 years later, and they said no, and I knew I wasn't doing anything wrong, that would make me not be qualified, but they still did not welcome me back in the organization, and when I heard the excuse, it was preposterous.
What?
It was like crazy. Some crazy excuses, when I heard it. And I still stayed. I was still going to meetings and stuff, but then I'm like, is this? I woke up one day and I said to myself, is this really God's organization? I mean, a bunch of men here, they're making rules, telling people who are qualified, who's not qualified. It doesn't just make sense, And I'm like, is this really God's organization? I mean, really, will Jehovah really not approve me, to serve him because of that reason? I mean, come on. And that's when I started to research. And I'm like, oh my God, what a mess I got myself into. And, but now I'm a born again Christian. I'm 43, never been married, and I'm not sure if I'll ever get married. And I can tell you, I don't have a high sex drive anymore. My sex drive is like on neutral. It's not on drive. It's on neutral.
Yeah, we just tuned back in. Does somebody want to get the last word tonight? We're going to close it down at 2:00 sharp. Anybody want a last comment?
Good night. I gotta go to church in the morning too. So, which church do you go to, brother?
We go to a. We go to a set-free church. It's a non-denominational, and it's a deliverance church. It's called Set Free. We live in Easley, South Carolina.
Where you live?
Easley, South Carolina.
Okay. I'm in New Jersey.
You live in South Carolina?
Yeah.
No.
I did live almost right next to Rick in Massachusetts, but we bought a house down here in South Carolina.
Oh, nice. So there's a whole new thing for both of y'all then, right?
What's that, Deb?
So it's really, everything's new for y'all. Y'all didn't live, either one of you there.
Yeah, it's new house, new state, new everything.
Oh, yeah. Kudos to y'all. That's great, man. But thank you. I had a wonderful show, wonderful. And I really enjoyed it. I appreciated everything you said. I wish I had known all this, 40-something years ago. But, I know it now. So, I would like a male friend. I'm scared I'll be getting married again. I just can't imagine. I can't imagine actually being in love like that because it's never really happened. But I mean, Connie, you give me hope. I mean, you 68 or 67.
No, 68, honey. It was so cute. There were a couple of women when we got married. Oh my gosh, you've given me hope.
Yeah.
It was so cute.
All of the ladies being your bridesmaids.
Honey, it was a really beautiful, beautiful ceremony. And I was going to say, I left California and Rich left Massachusetts, and we decided for many reasons to come down to South Carolina. So it's where we are, and we're very happy here. It was very difficult for me to leave California. I tell you, I was a native Californian. Yeah. But I don't like the politics in that state.
That's south much where you live now. That's in the south, and that's got to be a culture for both of you.
No, you know, honey, it is. But I have to tell you something. The people are so friendly and so kind. We've had in the neighborhood and brought cookies and welcome to the neighborhood. And if you need anything, and Rich, you know, being a Vietnam vet. Oh my gosh, you know, he wears his hat, you know, Semper Fi and everything. Oh my gosh, Debbie, people say, oh, thank you, sir, for your service. Thank you so much. Welcome home. I mean, you can't
Southern folks on.
Yes, they are. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. God bless you. Yes, ma'am. God bless you. You know, what can I do to help you? They are so respectful. It's a different, very different world than California. California is very nice, but it's very different culture. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I moved from the south to Nebraska, and it's way different up here. People look at me like I'm nuts because I'll wave at them and say, hey. But a lot of people are seeing me around, and you know, they come up and talk to me because they know I'm going to pin them down somewhere and just, you know, tell them my life story, find out about their cousins and uncles and aunts and grandmas and all that stuff. I would, you know, and so now people come up to me and we're like, well, we've been wondering where you were. They see me riding in my wheelchair someplace. And they're worried about me sometimes, complete strangers. I thought it was really funny. But, you know, people have gotten nicer to me, though, because I guess because I'm nice to them. And people just not that, they're just not like that around here. You know, you're weird if you're nice. So,
right. Well, you know, especially if you're in San Francisco, which I worked in San Francisco, you go down Market Street, people do not make eye contact with you. None. They look past you and everything, but they do not make eye contact. Here, people are just so friendly. It's wonderful. And what was I going to say, Rich? You know, they're just the yes, ma'am, no, sir. You know, it's like, wow, I can't believe how friendly people are out here, huh? It's really nice.
Just quite a little story happened just the other day. I was at the dump and I was having a hard time getting one of the barrels up to dump it in. And these two guys came running over from different directions. I thought they were going to beat me up and steal my car or something. Oh, sir, can we help you lift that? You know, I guess I look old to them, but I guess at 75, I'm not all that young. Yeah, a lot of Christians. It's just really nice down here. Although I love Massachusetts, I mean, I grew up in Massachusetts, and I'm never going back up there. I'm done with the snow.
You know, yeah, I hear you on that. It's snowed here today.
Yeah, there's no snow. It's beautiful down here. It's like blue skies, maybe a little rain this weekend, but you know, the other day was blue skies and like what, Rich, what was it, 60, 70?
We're raking leaves,
Yeah, we're raking leaves in our backyard. But I want to tell you something that's very different. It's very different from California. You know, Rich was in Vietnam, so he was trained as a Marine about weapons. Okay, boots on the ground. You know, he knows how to use a firearm, no doubt about that. Well, I don't, but I'm learning. And so we'd be around and about, like at a restaurant and somewhere, and Rich will say, oh, look at that person over there. What'd that guy have, Rich? We went to this auction.
45.
He had a 45, right? And I said, what? He says, yeah, wait till the guy comes back. We were at an auction. It was a local auction, you know. And the guy, sure enough, he was sitting in the front row. He had a 45. Then we were somewhere else. Where was it? It was a woman. We were at a restaurant. And he said, look at that woman. What'd she have, Rich? What was she carrying?
32.
She had a 32, a woman. Okay? You would never see that in California. Okay, Newsom would not ever allow that. So
is
for me,
32 a big gun?
32? Big gun?
Yeah.
Something else.
I don't know much about guns, but Rich sure does. But I have to tell you, our neighbors next door, oh my gosh, they're wonderful. They are so wonderful. They said, let me tell you something. The people down here in South Carolina are very nice people, but you do not ever mess around with their homes or their families because you will be shot. You will be shot. No joke about that. And I thought, wow, we're in the right place because people know where their boundaries are. You don't cross them because people know their Second Amendment rights and they will use their guns on you. And Texas is the same way.
Yeah.
So the people are very nice, but you don't mess with them. You don't cross them. You don't try to break into their homes, their cars, nothing with their family because you will get shot. So I think we're at home here, Rich,
Hey guys, living in Tennessee, and moving from Rhode Island, like I think I could buy a bazooka here. For the very first time, I bought a firearm for home protection, and it's a .38 snub nose, and I got it in like 10 minutes at a pawn shop, brand new. I mean, like in Rhode Island, I would have a harder time. I mean, I don't even have to have a license to have it concealed carry, although it's recommended. But it's a different animal up here, and I'll tell you what, the crime, because I come from Rhode Island, there's actually Bloods and Crips and Mafia, all kinds of crime people there in Rhode Island, Boston area for sure. Down in the South, man, the crime is way lower. Everyone's got a piece on their side. And I tell you, I know that some people just want the guns gone, but it actually keeps the crime down. But thanks, guys. I'm not going to keep you up. I know you're all tired. Have a good day at church, and I think you did a great program.
Hello. One more quick thing.
Yeah. Go ahead, sister.
One more quick thing. You are a former GW, right?
Could you speak a little louder, please?
I mean, you are former GWs, right?
I didn't quite get that.
We are both former Jehovah's Witnesses. I think that's what you said.
Yeah. You are, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. But now you're born again Christians, right?
Oh, yeah, we're Christians too.
Yeah, most definitely.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, me too. So I'm born again. That's all I wanted to do.
Okay. Is there anybody else out there? Thank you. Good night, too.
Thank you, dear.
Anybody want to make a comment before we close it down? Star 6 if you wish to speak. Love to hear from you.
Don't be shy.
Yep, don't be shy.
We thank everybody for all your comments. You really make
Absolutely. So thank you, folks. We don't have a program.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, I'll just say God bless you. Take care. And
yes, we want to say we love everybody and thank you so much for listening to our show and chiming in. And we sincerely do love each and every one of you. And thank you so much. Thank you for listening to our show and making it very interesting. So it's about 2:10 here in the morning. We hope everybody has a wonderful Sunday. Enjoy Super Bowl. And thank you again. We love you.
Goodbye, everybody. God bless.
Good night, everyone, and thank you all for listening in tonight to the Six Screens. Now, tomorrow we do Six Screens Sunday, beginning at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. We have a program coming on Knowing God. 2 o'clock, we have another program with Anne Marie coming in from California. So she'll be coming on at 2 o'clock with a program, Ex-Jehovah's Witnesses Tell Their Story in the Watchtower. Then at 3 o'clock tomorrow, we do JW World News. 4 o'clock is Jay Hess. Actually, the Christian Court is at 4 o'clock, and 5 o'clock is Jay Hess. So we want to thank everyone for coming into the Six Screens tonight. Keep standing tall. Don't you ever give in, up or out, and keep exposing the Watchtower. Good night, everyone.